Welcome everybody to another wonderful day at the agency. I'm your magnanimous host, Agent Q, and with me today, Yuki, and special guest, Kigu Ruby.
Hi, Yukikaze.
So, I don't know what to say to this. I don't know how to follow up Yuki. So, hello everyone.
Yeah, but welcome to another wonderful event of the anime stream that will not be named. Today we are going to be going over all of these new anime from the summer of 2025. Now, for this list, we are excluding any season 2s or previous ongoing seasons. That will also include spin-offs, prequels, or renamings of other series that have already been going. The exception to this rule is complete reboots from the beginning of a series. So Ranma getting its reboot on Netflix a little while back. Yep, that's a fresh start, so it would be reviewed, but anything that is a spin-off or prequel, such as the Konosuba, or anything in the Fate franchise, I hope, God, that doesn't need a third reboot, we do not cover. But no, that being said, we're each of our hosts are going to give you a special rundown on what our favorites and least favorites are. Q here, and my two best ones are going to be your shonen and your mecha. Well, I will say I do not like my slice of life, and rom-coms tend to put me off. Yuki?
I mostly am covering our rom-com and slice of life section to kind of counterbalance Agent here. But I absolutely abhor sports anime for the most part. And I definitely don't cover, like, idol stuff either.
No, don't forget Villanessas. I think that's going to be a big thing for next season for me.
I'm here just to cover anything they don't want to watch.
Hey, we gave you some good ones.
Yeah.
That's a bold claim.
You certainly gave me some ones, yes.
All right, would you like to tell the audience your favorites and least favorite genres?
So my favorite genres, rom-coms generally. Also privy to sports animes. I'm a huge sucker for the whole yeah, I got birthday, kind of fucking basically everything Blue Lock doesn't represent. Team effort and all that jazz, and then things that I personally avoid. That was a good question. I haven't thought about the ones that I don't watch. I tend not to go for long-winded mystery ones, I guess you could say. So unless it's like really good Psychopaths or whatnot, the psychological thrillers, usually not my thing.
Fair enough.
All right.
So, with that, to quickly explain our ranking system here, obviously we do our start of season and end of season a little bit differently. Start of season is more focused on just kind of giving you an idea of how much of something you need to watch in order to get a feel for it, whereas end of season we are more properly reviewing stuff and ranking it, rating it. So, starting way up at the top at S tier are shows that are so good that no matter what genre people usually stick to, they're probably going to want to watch this show. And as an additional rule, generally speaking, it has to be something that will have a lasting impact on the anime zeitgeist. So this would be something that is doing something new and different for the very first time, or something that is a true masterpiece of its genre that will, be talked about for years to come. Below that, we have A tier. A tier is also a very solid series that maybe would pull still people from other genres into something that they might not usually watch, but that just doesn't quite have the oomph that S tier does. It's maybe the kind of show that is at the top of the season, or maybe even one of the better shows for the year, but isn't going to necessarily be remembered fondly for many years to come by the anime community at large. Below that, we have B tier. In B tier, we place anything that is like still a solid quality show and probably something that's like a must watch if it's within your genre, and maybe like a maybe watch if it's not. But that isn't, it's just, again, not quite the level of quality of something in the A tier. It might be starting to get a little more into like comfort food territory, where maybe it's a little samey or something like that. Down at C tier, these are your pretty average shows. You're going to see a lot of stuff that has like rougher animation, and things in this tier are probably only going to be of interest to people who, people who are very much into that genre. If that type of show isn't your thing, then you're probably not going to be interested in that series. Below that, we have Skip, which Skip is the shows that really oughtn't be of interest to anybody. If we're putting something in Skip, it's because it was either too awful for us to manage to watch it and thus rate it, or we simply feel that there's no real redeeming qualities to this show that would make it worth watching, even if it's something that's in your genre or interest.
Which there is a curb to this too, people. There were almost 40 new shows just this season, not counting all the season 2s and other stuff. If it's below okay, dear God, please watch something else. There's better things out there.
Or
Yeah.
just give it to Kigu to watch. He can watch it for you. That's fine. That's fun.
Sorry, Kigu.
It's okay. It's fine.
Actually, counting all the shows that weren't like licensed and stuff, we had something like 46 new shows this season.
Yes, I almost forgot that our shows will only be covering shows that were fully licensed into the United States or North America, for that matter. So,
and for that matter, that were actually on some kind of major streaming platform and like reasonably available to the general public.
so no dick missiles for you people.
Finally, at the very bottom here, even though arguably it should probably be listed above Skip, we have Trash. And Trash is not to say that the thing is garbage, but rather that it is the sort of show that is like your McDonald's, where it might satisfy a craving. It's probably not good for you, but you'll probably want to watch it anyway, because if you're a raccoon that loves to dumpster dive the way that we are, then these kinds of shows have a lot of entertainment value, even though they might not have a lot of substance in a lot of cases.
Oh,
I would argue
yeah.
that should be above Skip, personally. Because you'll sometimes find some trash. But hey, it's your list.
I like to have it just below Skip, because I find the stuff in Skip can sometimes technically be better, but just harder to watch. Trash is more of something you just kind of, oh yeah, no, I like this. I'm just gonna watch this. Is it good? Nah. Do I want to recommend this?
It's like comparing Aruma Sensei, Aruma High School, Demon High School versus let's say like Interspecies Reviewers. It's like well, one of them's obviously trash and the other one is Aruma.
Okay, but with that and the march we're going to have to go on here, we are going to start with our first show. Yuki, what is our first show on this list today?
All right. Coming up first today, we have The Shy Hero and the Assassin Princess.
Yeah, at least
It
from
was
the outside looking
something.
in.
All right, Yuki, you want me to take the lead on this one?
Feel free.
All right, so anyone who is not a trash weeb or delved themselves into Japanese culture, Dragon Quest is fucking huge over there, to the point where they parry that like we parry Barney or McDonald's or something like that in our media. This show is that parody, so if you see a few similarities, those are intentional. That being said, this show does try to flip the script on all of that. It is your basic hero trying to, defeat the demon lord for revenge of, oh, monsters killed my village, and I need to, be the, person who goes out and saves them, quests and all this stuff. With the added twist of all of his party members are different assassins out to kill him.
And also, he's functionally immortal.
Yeah, he's built like Saitama pretty much at this point too. Just one
Looks
punch
like
man.
Guts,
That's actually
honestly.
he's a very much a combination of like the I'm tougher than everything around me, but still the hopeless. I don't want to say like goober. Yeah, he's a goober. He is a goober through and through. Most notably, as with this showing off the trailer, most of the assassins girls are, pretty okay. I don't want to say sexy because one of them's just the cute younger sister Emota style character. But nonetheless, if you override his brain with cuteness, sexiness, or
No,
I don't know,
no, it's very blatant that that it has a very similar impact on him, and that she is presented as being sexy in the way that that kind of character can be sexy. They just don't do a very good job with actually making her sexy.
yeah, they did do a good job with the nun, though. I will say I did love her. She definitely had a Revy feel. If you're familiar with Black Lagoon, the shade smoking, gun toting badass, only dressed as a nun.
You know,
Oh my god, I'm just realizing.
nuns with guns. Classic.
I'm just realizing there was actually a character like that in Black Lagoon.
Oh, your
Overall,
model's
anything
lagging out a bit there, by the way, Agent. Or maybe it's just Ninja, I'm not sure.
I've no problem with the capture because it's not actually that bad on my side. I'm not sure why.
Interesting.
I will try to
Would you rate this? Would you say that it's something that everyone should watch? That some people should watch?
This is
Well, that's the
definitely
thing.
trash tier.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. This is, like you said, this show has one joke. No, it has three. The hero gets, rushes in and one shots the monster. The hero gets knocked out by sexiness, or the girls fail to assassinate the hero. And overall, they do kind of introduce like good character growth and good other world building. I kind of want to say in this to kind of let the jokes have some breathing room before rapid firing them every time. But it is basically those three jokes for the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, the character building and stuff is a little rudimentary, but it's more functional than we usually expect from this kind of show.
Definitely. But overall, this was one of probably. All right, I'm not going to say the funnest trash because we've actually had a good smorgasbord of trash this season. Like,
oh yeah,
a little bit. I almost want to kick them out of trash into like B or C, but
I mean, we
get to
can do
those.
that. We do reserve that right.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to say this one is there, but there's a few on here that'll probably get kicked out of the trash, even though they do meet all of the criteria. But all right, first one down. Next one, what do we have, Yuki?
And next up, we have Betrothed to My Sister's Ex. All right, Kingo, so what do you think of this heavily Cinderella-inspired story?
I was gonna say this serves one core group, and that's the kind of people who love the Cinderella coming from rights to riches kind of deal, or like pulling someone up from like a bad spot to a wonderful kind of like setting. But to sort of like without like giving too much of spoilers, it's it revolves around this girl named Marie, who's always been like the I guess the best way to put it is like the middle child of like things, where like she is always overseen by like everyone else. Martha. That's an old reference. I dated myself real bad. But basically her sister gets all like the fame, the fortune, and glory. Not the fortune, obviously not there, but like the idea that the older sister, I think, tends to get all the glory and until and was going to be planned to be married to this prince until an accident occurs, and now Marie has to like fill in the shoes for reasons. And so little did she know that the prince also had met Marie before and was the original one that he had fallen in love with, and it becomes like it's like a weird coming of age Cinderella story combined with a mix of like oh yes, I'm a prince kind of thing. If you're into like that kind of like romance things, almost sort of like if you've ever seen Bridgerton's on Netflix, kind of like the same vibe, but not really. It's just like a cute romance story if you're into that.
Very like
So
Victorian romance novel.
yeah, kind of like
Yep.
Victorian-esque setting. A little slower paced. Unfortunately, it's just kind of just a romance. There's not really. I think of like your
I did
classic
see
just
some
shoujo romance.
I did see some sub themes about like bullying and trauma. Did they ever go anywhere with that?
They do.
Those-
It's one of those cases where it resolves itself within the episode because it has to, kind of ordeals. So you run into the issue where unless you just watch it and don't think about it too much, that you can be like swung onto this ride. But it does have the issue where it kind of just has to resolve itself because it must. Kind of trap where this romance anime does fall, which is why I would say like it only really serves this one demographic of like romance people, and this is coming from a person who likes romance / rom-coms. So it falls a bit short for like the general pull, but if you're into that kind of like story setup, it's good enough. I would personally just put this as a C. It's not bad enough to be a trash, but it doesn't serve any other purpose than for like fans of that kind of archetype.
Yep. Now, one thing to know, I did want to point out, it's they have one of the weirdest choices for animations on this show. I don't know, it just bugged me. For some reason, the main character who has this bright crimson hair is always outlined in green, or had green shadowing or green highlight. Like, I don't know, they just give her a green bloom around her hair, and I could not understand it for the life of me.
So, so from the way that her color palette is, it doesn't really blend well with the background, so they have to accent some way. But the issue comes with it also then gives her like a almost ethereal feel to it, which is a little jarring. Which is why I'm like, you kind of just have to turn your brain off for that.
Yeah,
Yep.
I had seen some information about like why that was the way it was, and yeah, it has to do with like color palettes and like contrasting. But it's definitely kind of weird and jarring visually.
The best
I did
was
want to
it's
note
like
also she's kind of like low key, like almost literally the redheaded stepchild.
I was trying to avoid saying that for my just because, but yes, more or less is running that trope to like the ground. So if you relate to always being the sibling to whom is always ignored, then you get your comeuppance. It's like a power fantasy for people who never get attention.
Yeah, that tracks.
There. One upside to this, though, is this is a 12 and done. There is going to be no season 2 on this. Yeah, I'm going to take that bet. There's going to be no season 2 on this. So 12 episodes.
Yeah, which also lends to the problem of what I was saying before, where like a conflict has to resolve in its episode because there's not enough time to push it further, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep, it wanted to touch on a lot of its themes, but it just touched on them. It never went any deeper than just brushing them through. Everything was definitely made coherent, but if you want some deep love story,
it's good enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So, see, it's like a little piece of me was going to put this in the trash just because this is a trashy romance, and it's just like, but I can kind of see where you come from on the C. So, yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah,
if you're a fan of this kind of story.
We usually use the trash category for things that are a little more on the spicy side than this is. This one's a pretty bland.
Hi Yuki.
By
Hi everyone.
most
I work early in the morning,
standards.
so GN.
Yeah. Despite its title, it is not at all as cultured
It's like-
as I would say it should be in trash territory. It just serves a purpose, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. No.
And hi,
Definitely
Para.
good
Thank you for the
there.
lyric.
Yay. All right then. We're good on that. What do we have next on the blick?
Moving right along, we have Dekken no Mogura, the Earthbound Mole.
So, so this one is definitely one of those animes where I would say it is a lot of show and very little tell. It's got great art style, but it's marred by the fact that its plot is doesn't carry it anywhere near enough to justify having its like very unique art style. And just as my own like put out there, again, not really like my kind of thing, personally watching. So just like bear what I'm gonna say with like a grain of salt. But probably if not for this list, I probably wouldn't have watched it beyond maybe episode 2. To summarize it real quick, it's about this like I guess for lack of a better word, like a hermit that can't basically die. And then now he just goes around collecting like spirits and whatnot, and then meets these two people who can see him. And it's like a gag anime that forgot that they forgot the gag and like didn't want to commit to being serious, and so you're left in this weird in between where nothing gets done.
Yeah, the art style really makes it feel like it wants to be serious, but then the tone doesn't.
Yeah, it's like I said, the visually speaking, it's gorgeous, but it's hindered by itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we noted also that it had kind of an issue where the references and stuff that it was making culturally are pretty difficult to penetrate for anyone who's not really into Japanese culture. Like, and even then, like, these are kind of obscure.
Yeah, if you're getting these, your weeb card is punched out to the max. Honestly, one of the feels I was kind of getting from this was like a bootleg Gintama, which you're already not doing good if you're the boot if you like that show.
Interesting. I'd heard good things about Gintama, but I haven't actually watched that one myself.
And that's the problem. It's a joke. I'm going good joke with the Gintama. Like the small fandom it has is it's good. Nobody will watch this though. All right.
Yeah, except here it's more like, oh, and that's the entire thing. Oh, and unfortunately, it doesn't succeed on any of its fronts. The plots have potential in theory, but it is kind of unfocused. Art doesn't match it. The plot is not interesting enough to carry it. And while you can see how it can be interesting, either because of the way that it's animated or maybe the way that the timing is structured, it just doesn't hit where it needs to. And so I would say, yeah, probably just skip this one.
Yeah, that's kind of where I like even doing our pre-season. I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch like halfway through this and immediately drop it just because, like, yeah, no, there's just no redeeming it into this. I just cannot stomach it.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I was at on it too. Like, again, as you said, the animation was, pretty serviceable, but beyond that, I really couldn't get anything out of it to stick with it.
Yeah.
It was weird when I was watching it. As a side note, I was watching it and I found myself daydreaming as I was watching this. That's not a good sign.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just kind of saying, yeah, I had that same thing happen to me too. It's like,
oh yeah, I think in general, when a show has a hard time keeping your attention, that's not a good sign for the show. But if it's to the point where there's not even anything like distracting you and you still can't focus on it, that's an extra bad sign.
Yep, but Earthbound Mole, Skip. We're good at leaving it there. Don't watch
Yep.
it, please.
All right. Up next, we have Hotel Inhumans.
Right. So, what this anime was trying to go for. Actually, let me rewind. I was going over the list of stuff that I was watching over with Agent yesterday, and I was insistent that I watched 5 animes, and he was like, "No, you watched 6," and I'm like, "No, I didn't." And then I looked at my list, like, "Oh yeah, I did." And this happens to be the anime. So I'm gonna put that to the side as some like backstory with that. So the hypothetical of how this anime runs is what if, right? We took the John Wick universe, and instead of looking at John Wick, we're going to be paying attention to the concierge in the front, and we're gonna have a very flowery kind of like nice art style that takes itself way too seriously.
Kiko, they made that. It's called the Continental.
Yeah. This one is more like the super Motel 64, like in the corner. Like this, it's unfortunate because I really wanted to like the show. I remember watching it and watching it for a couple episodes, and then like the anime previous, I had started to daydream in the middle, because while it has a great concept in theory, has a great setup in theory, an art style to actually back it up in theory, it doesn't ever find its stride, which is unfortunate, considering that in theory, all this should just work. It writes itself, and it should write itself, and it should be interesting by itself, and it doesn't really quite do that. Long story short, with the whole with the story, the trailer really gives it away. It's basically just I guess 2 of the best concierge in the middle of this, like basically the Continental, hosting a bunch of assassins, and then it kind of goes to like a Saturday show almost, where like every week there's like a new.
It's an anthology series, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like an anthology series. So like every week there's like a new like mystery to which they need to find a way to give the best weapons, reliable ways to hide someone's identity, etc., etc., etc. And then you follow these 2 concierge who kind of cater to these people because that's their job, and they're the best concierges.
I did want to ask, because it seemed like they were kind of self-contained stories. Did any of them ever like connect back together, or are they just all using the hotel as this like central focal point?
So they all kind of connect if you zoom out far enough.
Okay.
And I say that like you can see everything. You can see all of Earth if you zoom out to where you can see the planet.
Yeah.
So yes, but no, not really.
Only kind of in the sense that they are, strictly speaking, set in the same universe, but they don't really.
They're set in the same universe using the same 2 concierges, but for continuity's sake, you either have to treat this like every episode like a certain amount of time has passed, or you have to like do a case closed, or Detective Conan for you hardcore weebs, where you just have to assume that either each episode is another day or in the same day somehow, but they have just forgot that it happened like moments before.
Yeah, so there's not really like a Dur situation going on or something like that, where it kind of builds into everything interconnecting back together in some interesting or elegant way.
So kind of, not really. It how do I put this? If you're familiar with How to Be Hero X, right? at first it's like an overarching anthology of random like stories, but like when you zoom out, you could see that they all actually kind of connect to each other. It gets towards the end, and you could say that like how all the stories kind of line up chronologically, you know. This tries to pull that same maneuver, but doesn't pull it off at all. And that's the unfortunate part, is that even the way that it's set up should also theoretically hit, but it doesn't.
All the parts seem to be good, but the person mixing the batter didn't get it right.
Correct. They didn't do the cooking by the book. So
All right,
yeah,
Keegan, where are we putting this one? Because I feel like this is
I would personally see, this is rough because I do want to put it in C, but because of how like things never got together, I would probably say, generally speaking, you could skip it.
okay. Now here's the next question. No, we do try to rank each category, above or below Earthbound Mole.
Oh, it's above.
Okay. Which if we're watching, I think it's, you can also see we have these special thumbnails for these. These are made by Crunchyroll for shows that they think will do good.
Yeah. They've not historically been very good at determining that.
Oh, it's almost to the point where they like, oh, you see like fucking Times New Roman font on the title of an anime. It's gonna be the banger for the season, I feel like now.
All right. Any last thoughts, Kagu, or should we move right along?
Yeah, that's the last thought for Hotel Inhumans, was that I was just, it's just disappointing.
Yeah, I feel
Those
that.
are always the worst.
Because you could see the bones. It's got good bones, but it was given by like the worst storyteller.
Yeah, it definitely
That's
like the first episode was interesting in a self-contained way, but then I was like, oh, the next episode has nothing to do with that, and that was definitely part of why it lost my interest. It is a shame because the animation, it was definitely on the upper side.
Yeah.
It tries to do a how to be a hero X, where like all the stories eventually have a reason, but it doesn't quite pull it off. And that's not to lower this one down, is to just like make a comment of how good that one was. But yeah, we're not talking about how to be a hero X. So let's move on.
So, next up we have Kametsubaki City Under Construction. Alright, before you dive into it, I just want to mention for context for everyone that this is a VTuber collaboration project anime that's supposed to be like one of many facets of this larger VTubing project meant to like promote this particular group of VTubers.
Oh, don't worry, that's part of the story.
Oh, super. Okay.
So, I'm gonna get this right out of the way. Yes, it's in 3D. No, that shouldn't push you away from it. They utilize the 3D in the same way that oh shoot, what was the name of that anime with Mustang? Trigun. It's of like that high quality and caliber, and it's gorgeous. And oftentimes I forget that it is 3D until like the 3D isms come in, but it is absolutely gorgeous.
Really? Because to me, the 3D looked really ugly and awful, and it would definitely put me off of it immediately.
You would think so, because they from the trailer, it looks like they are pushing the saturation way too high.
Oh no, I mean, I even watched the first like episode or two, and like the characters were okay, but like all the enemies and everything were just so awful.
That's fair.
Yuki has a really hard time with 3D CGI, especially,
and that's fair. Some people prefer their anime in a certain look. I'm a bit more flexible when it comes to that. If the end product is cool, I usually go by the rule of cool. I think that for the vision that they had within this universe, when it's like, if we're only looking at it from this sort of like vacuum, right? Mm-hmm. Within itself, I think the 3D is great.
Yep. Side note on that one, that is generally why Yuki will have more to say on animation. Why I have very few complaints. I can still watch the original 1995 Beast Wars and like it. So my pick on animation is not the best call.
I mean, hey, I enjoyed Reboot, which was before Beast Wars from the same company, so.
But yeah, within in its own vacuum, the 3D does they utilize it to its limits. Very interesting perspectives. And you notice that I've been going on about its aesthetics. So the story. This is a common thing that I've noticed when Agent gave me all of these is that its story is okay. It is the probably the direct result of trying to as Yuki pointed out earlier, that this is like a shoot off of a of like a collaboration of VTubers, and to pull that off while also having an interesting story and for it to not come off as
Forced.
how do I put this? You know, when you're watching like just a Garbo like TV show, like I don't know, Big Bang Theory, and they have a special guest and like, oh, and you hear in the background, and they're like, they have to somehow like shoehorn in how this person is part of this universe, and you're marred by the fact that like this is obviously someone that was taken from something and then written into this world syndrome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're left with a story that is okay with characters inserted to the story in an adequate fashion, and it does everything good, and that's it. Like, there's nothing offensive about the story, even the way that the characters are introduced. It's inoffensive. It does what it needs to. But it is like the most 6-7 kind of like just story ever. There's nothing to say about it. It's just it is. It just is.
It did try to shoot for some of that metaphysical stuff later on in the show, but it really didn't land any of those notes. I think was its biggest problem. If it could have hit those notes really well, I think those would have dug it up a little bit more.
Yeah,
but...
and yes, and to add on to that, it doesn't underwhelm and it doesn't overwhelm. It's just incredibly whelming. It's like
I'm very whelmed.
I'm very whelmed right now, and that's all you could really say about it. And so I wouldn't say skip it. I would just say it's a C. Especially if you're like a fan of this group, just give it a watch.
It is also somewhat of an idol anime too. Like there is a lot of musical parts.
There's a lot of singing. I was not prepared for that. But the songs also, and also unfortunately, because I've also been playing a lot of Uma Musume, it's very whelming. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, it is important to remember that Japanese VTubers, by and large, are also idols and are usually like the person behind the avatar is usually an idol. Or a voice actress who is low-key an idol.
So the unfortunate thing is even the songs are very whelming. It is not bad, and it's not rememberable. It's just, it's good.
I recall one of the plot points being kind of about the music and how music has power. So I feel like with that being a part of the plot, music not being exceptional definitely works against it as well.
Sure, but it's also like it's good enough. It's like imagine, if you will, a person in their senior year of college and they just need to pass the course without looking like a dirtbag. They're
going for D+.
They're going for just the hardest C you ever saw. Like they like landed it in like they like perfectly parallel park this in the most obnoxious way possible. There's nothing about it that is annoying. There's nothing there that's frustrating. It's not boring. I was at least watching it throughout the entire time I was watching it, which is the entire thing, because I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to watch the entire series. So,
No, you,
yeah.
you generally are. You are supposed to.
Okay, so I accidentally failed successfully in that because I watched all the episodes for all the animes that I watched, including the ones before. And having watched every episode of this, it's good, and that's it. It's very whelming.
Operation
Honestly,
failed successfully.
I would have I also went through this one. If this would have had a dub, and I could have watched it while working on something, I probably would have rated this higher or liked it a little bit more.
I would be very surprised if something like this got a dub because of the fact that it is like an idol tie-in with like Japanese voiced music, which like they would not translate that as a dub, which would kind of break the whole series.
Yeah, no, I can understand that, but I'm just saying, it's like this felt like something I want to watch in the background that I can listen to and occasionally look over to on monitor too.
Yeah,
This did
I
not
see where you're
feel
coming
like
from.
I'm going to sit down and I want to watch this show.
This would be on my fourth monitor, like in like a quarter size. It is like so out of the way. It's inoffensive. It's fine. It's fine. That's why I would just
Okay.
put it C. I wouldn't say it's so bad that you need to skip it, but I would say like it is so low on your priority that it's.
I will
Lower
give it the
than Before My
caveat that
Sister's Ex.
if you're sensitive to CG animation that is not exceptional, as I am, then it's probably going to be a hard skip for you.
Yeah, that would be the only caveat. I would agree with that. I would put that below Betrothed. Because
All right,
Betrothed
then.
had moments where it was intriguing. This one was just.
It was just there.
No, it was just. Period. This
Yeah.
was just. Period.
All right. Well, next up we have Lord of the Mysteries, a Chinese show.
So
Okay, a little bit of side note because you might not know this, but Lords of Mysteries is a Chinese show. If that was obvious by the Chinese in that one, and is based off the number one selling, not light novel, but their equivalent to that in China. The number two being the My Hero or To Be Hero series, which To Be Hero X is one of the other ones to come from that. And this had massive support not only behind the studio but from the Chinese government to show off how good 2D animation could be, as well as Chinese storytelling. Kiyu, go ahead.
first of all, Wobu Shoujonwen Dupichi Kurochiman Manwaral Mani Kisuksae Ilgo. That being said, the thing is that if you're not used to like the Chinese like timing windows of how they construct stories, if you do actually read a lot of manhwa, which is the Korean like webtoon novels, or like light novel, or like like light novels and stuff, this is more of that kind of timing. It's slower and more deliberate in its design. So if you do like follow like a lot of like Chinese light novels or web novels in like Korean web novels, you'll kind of be situated right at home. I actually do read a lot of web novels in Korean, so I'm a little bit more comfortable with the way that they produce the story here. Kurochiman. However, even that being said, and even though I have a very much a soft spot for like a steampunky Victorian, almost LGG, kind of like
not almost Eldritch. This was Eldritch horror.
yeah, LGG like Bloodborne-esque kind of like setting.
We have
with a
Bloodborne
lot,
at home, yeah.
yeah, we have Bloodborne and Homemade in Timu is the unfortunate result of all this. So the story itself follows the main character, Joel Mingguo, Mingguo, something like that.
No,
Sorry.
we butchered big characters' names all the time, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. Who I guess wakes up as a different person, and he kind of walks. Oh, this is gonna sound really cliche, but without any way to go around this, he kind of teeters between like walking through the valley between the light and dark.
As I
Tangled
walk
in the
through the
web of
valley
mis-
of the shadow of death.
Yeah, as I walk through the valley to the shadow of death, I look at basically it's like that song, but um it's about a person with like unlimited potential, but with that potential comes a lot of with great power comes great responsibility. And you'll notice I've been making a lot of weird just references about stuff, and that's kind of the unfortunate part when you have a story that's designed around a light novel or a web novel. For those who don't know, those tend to come out weekly. They're weekly serializations, and for those who are familiar with solo leveling, the issue lies in that because it's made every week, the stories themselves, while connected, also feel disjointed, and if the timing on how a lot of the episodes combine some of the chapters together, can either make or break an episode, or in this case, make or break an entire series. So
I'd
conceptually,
say they sometimes have a little bit of like fan fictionitis.
Correct.
Oh no, there's not even itis. It's just there's some fan fiction in here.
yeah. And so the reason why I was making jokes about like just different references and making just quirky bits about, just dumb references, is because it falls into the fan fictionitis where you can tell that there were certain influences at a certain thing. But the problem is that when you try to combine chapters together, which it does, and admittedly, in its defense, quite well, you can tell that there are certain influences in one chapter that was put in that might have passed QA because maybe they just don't know that it was a reference, that gets pushed aside for a different reference within like the next 5 minutes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this show definitely suffered from the hey, Chinese audiences don't know a mountain of these Western references of these well-known literature aspects and well-told stories. So if we run this in China, it'll be all new and fresh to them. Like Kiku, would you like to say what the main character renames himself at the end of the series?
Fine Moretti.
So if I heard right, that's basically a Moriarty reference, right?
No,
Yes.
he renames himself Sherlock Moriarty.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Yep. It's
Yeah,
it's like I said, it like I know that I was like poking fun and making like dumb references, but that's basically the vibe of this thing where like it's very much a very serious tonal wise, and it does actually like follow through with this serious tone, however, you'll randomly be smacked in the face with this reference that is like quite obviously a reference multiple times, almost in like back to back, like slap to a backhand, because of the nature of how web novels and light novels are serialized. It is a product of both its success and the unfortunate result of, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah. I would like to throw out there a note on the animation aspect as well, which is that this series is kind of a victim of the fact that it had essentially unlimited funding to work with without any of the experience necessary to know how to use that in an effective manner. So, what I mean by that is the series is, in a lot of cases, what you might call over animated, where they're just they're putting in all this detail and all this like excessive motion just for the sake of the fact that they can, and that they feel like it's expected of them. But the problem is it ends up making it like visually noisy, and like you get all these like constantly swinging camera angles and stuff that gave me to some degree like actual physical discomfort to watch, which is part of why I couldn't stick with this one. So like there's just so much stuff in the background and stuff in every scene that it makes it difficult to know what to focus on. A more experienced directing crew and such might have known that there's a visual language there that you need to lean on to help know which things to emphasize for the viewer. And so just because you can have every grain present in the wood, for instance, doesn't mean that you should in every scene at every zoom level every time.
Or if you're gonna do that, you need to put in some sort of depth of field.
Yeah.
Because it's very much true where it is marred by the fact that it is expected to showcase, and that's like the main thing is that by itself it should Lord of Mysteries is very much a successful like story, and so when you have like a successful story and unlimited funding and basically not really much oversight, you run into the issue, unfortunately, where creatives really want to show off, and it doesn't really mesh well. Like each like slide of the animation is gorgeous, and then when you put them together, it is just like a hot mess of like,
Yeah.
where exactly do you want me to look?
Yeah, the animation is really good on paper, but when you look at the actual final result, it doesn't work very well.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where the sum of its parts is not better than the pieces.
I also noticed that it had kind of almost like this paper craft feel to it, as the camera moved, where it felt like the camera was moving through more of like a diorama or something than a real physical space, and that was kind of jarring at times as well.
So at times the show does do a good job at utilizing this kind of technique, but it runs into the issue because that they can just do it at will. It's like the guy who shot Mission Impossible 2, where they just kept doing circles around the main character, right? They had like the thing, and they just kept doing it because they could. And so when you have it's like a person who just found out that they could animate their text on a PowerPoint. They just kept doing it, and
it was a new toy, and they had all the resources they needed to experiment with it as much as they wanted, with no reason to not do that. So they did, not realizing that that doesn't always have a good result.
Especially if you're so this is one of those shows where I would watch an episode a day that you would need to like stop between, because each individual episode is good, but if you watch all the episodes at once, because of the way that they as Yuki put it out, detailed the things and all the different camera angles and the spinning and the showing off, really it does give a sense of uncomfortableness, and not in the sense that like, oh, we're in like the Eldritch. No, it's uncomfortable in the sense that it's like there's just a lot of stuff going on, and for those that might be inclined for motion sickness, you're gonna be in a world of hurt if you watch more than one episode at a time.
Yeah,
It's like overstimulation and low-key motion sickness.
Yeah.
Another note is this show's episodes are 33 minutes long instead of the standard 23 that a lot of anime fans might be used to. So you will be watching a bit extra every episode too.
I think some of them were even longer than that. Like, wasn't the first episode like 45
like
plus
45 minutes? Yep, it was.
Yeah.
which I'm all
Which,
fine for. I'm all fine for like longer episodes. Inherently, the story itself is good and it does hold up well. If you can turn off the one that's like, oh, that's a that's a you guess you just gotta be like, I'm just gonna let it like wash over me. And so all that being said, I would unfortunately have to probably put this no higher than a C, but the highest C that we have so far.
Yep. One other note I did want to point out for all the lore junkies out there like me, this series has some of the deepest and most complicated world building I've ever seen in a goddamn anime show like this. And it's to the so point, it's so dense, they had to do a separate spin-off mini-series to explain bullshit.
Try to explain this to Agent before, but there is such thing as too much lore. All right. There is such thing as too much lore, because lore without context is a history lesson, and history lessons can be boring.
Yeah, and
So-
if you're lacking the ability to communicate that lore concisely and in an exciting and entertaining way within the context of your show, and need to have supplementary lessons just to be able to follow it, that's a failure.
They actually called it supplementary lessons.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's called supplementary lessons. That's the funny part about it. That
You're killing me here,
inadvertently
Lord of Mysteries.
Yeah, it is called supplementary lessons. So there is such thing as too much lore. Lore without context is just a lecture, and no one wants to go to a lecture. It's
I don't
marred
think
by
nobody wants to go to a lecture. There's plenty enough history YouTube channels out there for that kind of stuff, but it has to be explained correctly. And if you have to go digging through a show series to get more explanation, that's not what shows do. That's what books do, which once again is based off a book series. So
yeah, well, specifically a web novel, Chinese manhwa series.
I don't think it's a manhwa. I think it's just a novel.
No. Manhua, not a WHA, manhua in Chinese, HUA, like a novel.
Manhua.
Yeah, manhua. Okay. If you want to like read it, very American. Yes, you are correct. Manhua. Gotta manhua to it anyway. But yeah, I put it as the highest C you can get. It's marred by its own expectations of success.
Yep, it did not reach My Hero to Be Hero X.
Yeah, and these are a lot of the same kind of problems that we see a lot in these Chinese funded or created anime series. Only this time with lots of money thrown at it.
Yeah. Like if you wanted like a good Chinese anime, go watch Link Click. That one I would recommend that one, but or To Be a Hero X. But this one, it's all right.
Next up, we have Turkey. Time to Strike.
Okay. So on the surface, looking in through that trailer alone, you might be thinking, oh, this is one of those like, oh, cute girls go into a bowling league kind of like archetype. I wish, you know what? After having watched the entire thing, I wish it was. Or on the flip side, I wish we were just watching bowling. Like, here's the thing. All right, it neither does the cute girls do bowling thing, nor does it do the sports anime. We're gonna like just rip into bowling. Instead, what we got here is a quasi, almost supernatural setting under the guise of cute girls doing bowling. So, how do I even?
It's a real bait and switch.
Yeah.
It is. It really is. Because I just, at this point, because of all this stuff that Agent sent me, I just wanted a dumb popcorn anime.
It's kind of a cute girls doing cute things anime in the way that School Days is a slice of life anime.
Yes, pretty much. But it doesn't go that dark. But it is very much a bait and switch, where like School Days was very much just a anti-harem. This one is how can we talk about 5 cute girls doing bowling while also never do it? granted, they do bowling. In its defense, comma, when they feel like it. So the whole premise of this starts off with like a group of these girls play on a bowling league, and their like captain is like wants to fucking focus on everyone's enjoyment of the game of bowling, and then like they're like, I guess her like second in command is like, no, I want to win. And like it's like, oh, okay, so it's like it's a group of girls who are taking their hobby. And this is what I thought at first. A group of girls who are taking their hobby. One of them like really likes bowling. Then they want to win. They want to stop. They want to lock in, stop effing around, and just bowl. Like I want to win, and that's like her main thing. And so she's stuck with this 9-10 split, which is like the corner shots. And so like she begins to like bowl, and for some reason her hand gets stuck in the thing and gets launched into the middle of the thing, which is already like a penalty. But we're not gonna like the rest of this anime, we're not gonna think about it too much, or like think that other people exist in this world. And like even though this is like in the middle of a competition, no one else like exists. That's fine, just don't worry about it. So while like her hand is stuck and being sucked into the middle of this this middle of this lane, her girls tried to start to pull her out, which is already a problem because she's over the line. So it's already like a false shot, whatever. So now like her friends are trying to pull her out of the like this like void that's coming from the middle, this like mysterious light. And soon like all the girls get like thrown into the middle. And when they wake up, they get transported into the warring period of Japan.
Everyone's favorite time period, the Warring States era.
So, because they don't have any other skill other than to bowl, they then
bowl their way out of a battle.
Basically. And while that sounds like the dumbest popcorn anime, and normally I would be in it, and I kind of was, admittedly, they get somehow made an already okay to watch sport like bowling even more. Wow, I would rather just take a nap, because there's a ping pong anime out there. I don't know if I forgot
There's
the name
several of them,
it.
and so, at least I know the one you're talking about. That's like really highly thought of.
It's very methodical, and the ping pong animation. Thank you. It's very methodical. It's very like true to the sport. This, that, and the other. And you appreciate it because it's breaking down the sport of ping pong. This doesn't do that, but it tries to pretend that it does. And so they're at one point they're teaching like old feudal Japanese people how to bowl using one of those kid slide that you push the bowling ball down to roll the ball forward. And you would think that the act of doing so, like, oh, they're training these people to bowl. And you would think that this would be like, kind of like a training montage for this like village for some reason. This lasted for like 2 episodes. And I'm like, Agent, why? Why would you do this?
That bad, but
it is that like bad.
I have to apologize, Kiku, because Agent kind of saddled you with all the shows that I immediately dropped at the start of the season.
So it's like I started off like, okay, I'm gonna watch Cute Girls Bowl. Oh, it's cute girls bowl, but with like a slight edge to it because they want to win. Oh, it's a cute girls bowl into the past life. Okay, sure. Oh, it's cute girls showing people from the past how to bowl in the worst way possible. Oh, sure. It's now cute girls show people from the past how to bowl and we're gonna talk about this for way too long. The show, and it's like, okay, sure. So we're on like episode 8, right? Of this like I think 12 episode thing. They have like this like training montage that took like 5 episodes. They are now like here, right?
Yep.
And the reason why I'm going so into depth with this is because it is so memorable, my frustration with this, that I almost act, and this is like, mind you, this is like on a Tuesday at like 2 in the morning, and I contemplated heavily at this point calling agent on like just wanting to like be like, don't ever call me again to do one of these things. Because
okay,
it was
I'm actually sorry about that. I didn't think this one was that bad.
Here's the problem is that it is not bad. It is just unforgivably boring.
I feel like it's almost masterfully trolling the viewer.
Yes, I honestly felt like, because like it's funny that you mentioned School Days, right? Because I hated School Days up until the last episode. And because of that, I'm forever chasing that high of having to deal with the BS of like these kinds of animes where it feels like I'm just being trolled. So I think the entire time they're like, okay, something like messed up must happen at the end, right? They like we have 5 girls in the middle of
Surely this is going somewhere.
Surely this has to go somewhere. Has to, or at least one of them like realizes that bowling is not going to save their lives when they start getting swords down their necks, right? Because this is a warring times. So like in this entire time, I'm like, okay, there might be, just because he's been like hyping up that this is the dark season, right? This is going to be like something, and so I've been holding out hope this entire time. I'm like I'm on like the last episode. I'm like, okay, you got one episode to like turn this all around. The pink-haired girl up until this point, who's the one I want to win girl, like this entire time, like really loves the game of bowling. And then like maybe the whole like twist is that like it's just a game about throwing a ball into pins. It's not that deep, and like completely crush your reality. And like it, I was, just kind of mess it up a little bit, It didn't happen. It was just more of bowling, and not in the sense of like, like Blue Lock or Haikyuu, like the high intensity bowling, which at this point I would have totally like just wanted. Like you just give me like Supernatural, like, oh my goodness, the guy just like did a huge spin back and forth on the pin. No, it's just bowling. And then the anime ended, and I would say that if I had to choose what category I put this in, I would put this in trash and give it to a person and bait them into watching this entire thing, telling them that the end is worth it, because it is by far the most boring schlock I've seen in a long time. And I really tried to give it every chance possible, just trying to make this thing work. And just for that alone, that the whole thing just trolled me, that nothing happened of any consequence happened, that I would put this into trash territory. It's not a scare. Just give it to a person that like you're on friendly terms with, but on the back of your head you kind of hate. And so you tell them that something happens at the end that like, yeah, dude, trust me. Look, it's like have you ever seen like a School Live, of that zombie anime with that 5 girls in the zombie apocalypse, and like there's a really messed up ending? It's like that. It's like that. But you just gotta wait until the ending. Trust me, bro. And then it never comes, and just watch them be mad at you. It's one of those.
Okay, so you just reinforced for me exactly why I dropped this series, which is that I was like, okay, the first 2 episodes were really interesting, but I can't see the show possibly going anywhere. And like I feel like it wants to be exactly that zombie apocalypse anime that you were talking about, but it just doesn't have any fuel for that.
It doesn't have any fuel. It's more like it doesn't have any guts. It just doesn't. I was so frustrated that nothing happened. I'm like, please. I just want something dark at this point. I don't care if it doesn't mesh with the entire story and it comes out of nowhere. It's just It's fine. It is a trash anime for people that you don't like.
Okay, we'll throw that down there. With I can definitely see you getting away with that, especially after that first episode hook. It's like, oh, it went crazy here. I guess it'll keep going crazy.
Yeah,
and then it won't.
And then they bait you with like 4 episodes of like what could have been a 5-minute. Like that's the thing. That's the thing, though. See, because it took so long with this one arc for no reason, that I'm like, there's no, they're slowing down on purpose, right? Like they're trying to lower down my defenses. Something messed up is gonna happen. This is the season of the dark. Agent kept telling me that things are dark this season. So like they're slowing me down. I know what's that. I've seen too much anime to know that cute girls in like very boring situations, in a situation that is very, very, very wrong, they always get messed up. I've seen School Live. I've seen School Days. Like, this is gonna happen. And because it's so long, something bad must happen, and it didn't. And I just really wanted to punch you, Agent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to punch you so bad. But at the same time, I'm like, if you knew, Agent, if you knew, and you sent me down this path anyway, that is fair. You know what? You got me. Because I have never been trolled so hard by an anime who was baiting the entire time and just didn't.
I wish I could take credit for that. That is the kind of troll I love doing. I have gotten you a couple times with that, but
yes, you have. And if this was one of them, I would have been like, you know what? That's fair. That was a good bit. Ha ha, you got me. And I hate you, but you got me.
In fairness, I do feel like the first 1 or 2 episodes of this are worth watching just for the pure, like, novelty of it. And because, as a bait and switch, it was very well done. That part they were very successful with, and I want to give it credit for that.
It was really good. That's the problem, is that they started off really good, which made the 4 episodes, and I keep coming back to it, because it happens directly after the first 2 episodes. So I'm like, what happened? Why did they do this? Oh, I know what's happening. And it all fed into this engine in my head that never happened.
It reverse double baited you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, nope, we're just boring. I'm like, what? I was very upset, but I was like, if Agent knew, I can't actually be mad at him, because this is like you have wasted my time so successfully well that I cannot be mad at you. You got me invested in a show that had no potential. Like, it was incredible. Like, if you're willing to just like throw away a friendship, this is perfect.
How to make enemies and alienate people.
Golly, dude, that was, oh man. And that's why I can't put it as a skiff, because like just the pure hilarity of my entire journey through this fucking show was worth like the effort of it.
Okay, Key, I tell you what, if we ever get you back onto this show, I will make it up to you and make sure to give you one of the top rated shows of that season from then on there, just to make up for this.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you will. You'll give me like one top tier show and give me 5 more Time to Strike Turkey.
I mean, that should be a given. That should be a given.
And it'll be up to you to figure out which one is which.
Oh, and I'm a professional, so I'll watch it the entire time and just hope that this is gonna be the one. Oh, also, like an over-prepared hero, overcautious hero. That's another anime that the entire time was trash, and at the end, like, completely threw a 180. Like, I've been exposed with so many of these, so I'm like, oh, this is gonna be one of those. This has to be one of those. No, it's not. It's not, and it trolled me. It got me good.
To be fair, I tried to give you 3 that I thought were going to have interesting, crazy endings, which were Lords of Mystery and City Under Construction, besides this one. And yeah, nothing quite did land out of what I gave you.
It turns out I'm pretty good at recognizing anime that's not going to pan out.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
Lord of the Mystery, I had higher hopes for. I was like, okay, it's a little rough here, but if they could straighten this out, if they could get it, because they got the budget, they got the time, it's just that one didn't pan out. Betrothed to My Sister's Ex didn't go as deep as I was hoping it was going to. Hotel and
yeah.
Humans and Earthbound Mole, I knew what the fuck those were. Like, I gave those to you for that fucking reason.
Like Lord of Mystery is the highest C I can give. Like it's not a B territory, but it's definitely like the highest C could possibly. This is like a 79 with a smiley face.
Okay, now Key, I know we're gonna drop. I did have one more question for you. Did you happen to watch Topiko Original Sin?
No, because you haven't, and I was wondering if you wanted to watch it at the same time.
Oh, they powered through that this morning for this review show. So sorry on that.
Great,
one.
I am going to cry by myself then.
Yep.
Yes, you will. Oh, fuck yeah.
That is some serious emotional devastation.
I don't even trust you anymore. It's Topiko's just gonna be another turkey the entire time. I'm just wasting my time.
Well, okay, listen, here's the thing. Even if it turned out to be that, it's only 6 episodes.
Right.
But no, I will tell you, like, that show, and we'll go into it more later, even just the first 2 episodes alone, even without any of the rest of the show, already puts that show into S tier for me.
Yeah, there was going to be no debate. I was just going to grab that and throw that up in S the minute we got to that, which will be the final show for the night, because that's, if you haven't watched it, I was going to skip it ahead just for you to put here, but no, it will be the final show for the night, because there is no after on that show realistically.
By the way, Agent, Kiku did still have one more show here with us, the bonus show.
Yes, because how Agent got me in is that he had to allow me to break one of their rules.
Yep.
The rule was that it had to be from the same season, but I got to pick one sequel for the summer for the season, and my choice was Dadan season 2.
And we'll roll the trailer with that. I made sure to grab the season 2 trailer specifically.
Yeah, thank you, Yuki.
Yes. So if you haven't watched the first season of Dadan, just to like speed things through and not go too far in depth into it, basically this I'm gonna explain the story in the dumbest way possible. A guy loses his balls and becomes a demon, basically. Yeah, a demon, and a girl who happens to be part of a family of I guess exorcists.
Like shrine maidens, exorcists,
yeah. For just to localize it, just like for part of like an exorcist family, like a Japanese traditional exorcist family manages to acquire recover one of his golden balls. And what I mean by his balls, I mean like literally like one of his testicles. It's don't think about it too hard. It's fine. And it's he manages to get his balls back, and then the demon that was controlling his ball was a turbo granny. Don't worry about it too much. Just gloss over it. And so like now this whole season is about how another girl who's holding one of his golden balls basically like caresses it. Don't worry about it too much, just knock it out of your head. And so then loses it, and then gets infatuated with the main boy, realizing that the main boy, who is at that point before was kind of a loser in the background, but then becomes like this like awesome human, like this like really powerful being because of his like demon energy, and becomes infatuated with him. And then robots come in, and so does aliens.
And don't forget about the like Loch Ness Monster and stuff are in there too.
Yeah, and Loch Ness and monsters, and then like a very weird scene, a lot of weird scenes, and how robots found the ability to love. It's interesting. It's a good story. I'd put it in like, I know I'm like explaining this really badly on purpose, and that's kind of the point. It's a fun thing. It's just a fun story. It's a popcorn anime with good story and a good romance underneath all of that. Underneath all of that like chaos and BS, it's quite a wholesome romance story about these two people coming of age.
Yep, and Science Saru is doing a massive amount of animation quality on this. Not just like good animation, like well done animation, but done in a great way. Like compared to like Lords of Mysteries that had all this crazy budget but didn't know what to do with it. This is a team that knew exactly where to put every cell of animation.
Yes, it has the opposite of Lord of Mysteries, where they put their budget where they needed to. They toned it down where they didn't to emphasize like the pacing. They knew how to use the camera angles when they needed to, kept things conservative when they had to. All camera shots make sense. The animation's really good. The story is wonderful. A little very dark at times, a little crazy at times, a little harem-y at times. But hey, in the end of the day, at its core, it's a shoujo rom-com, harem anime. That also involves an alien who then kisses the main character in order to learn his language, like Starfire. You put it in the back of your head, not important. But yeah,
Maybe.
All that being said, it's a solid A. It's for you get what you need. People outside of the whole shonen like genre could also enjoy it as a romance novel, or rom-com, or people who are normally into just action who aren't typically exposed to really good romance things. It's also like a good stepping stone to rom-coms in general too. And it does both while succeeding and being very, very delivering in a topmost manner, while also being able to finish the season, their episode line, in a way that doesn't leave me wanting to punch Agent.
Yeah, from my side, I've kept up with this series as well, and I feel that it continues to be solidly up in the S tier myself. Because of the fact that it just does all that so masterfully. Like, all the animation is super clean, it's very well done. There's really, really great shots in there that can satisfy all of even the most thirsty Sakuga fans. And at the same time, it does have a great story. It's got these awesome, like, psychosexual elements to it. It explores all kinds of things, and it does it all in a way that feels right and makes sense and is entertaining.
All while giving a message.
Yep. Now, the one thing I will say on this one, I have heard the only complaint I have heard about this is if you're not familiar with like anime culture and like how just, or I can't think of anything better to say than like just how pervy it can be. There's going to be a mountain of people in underwear, panty shots, nakedness. That's just all over the place. There is some sexual assaulting going on in this show. That is front and center. It's generally not supposed to be sexy, though. This is just like, oh, yeah, that's happening. Or, oh, dear God, these aliens want to probe me.
I would even argue that it actually makes fun of those animes who use over sexualizations of high school people by throwing it in their face, especially when it comes to the first season. Now, this is why I would say it's A. When I say it's A, it's within the scope of the entire 2 seasons, right? If I were to rack and stack them, I'd put first season S, and then I'd put second season in A, because I think first one explores the more problematic sides of anime, of the anime tropes.
That's fair. I can see where you're going with that.
In a way that is purposefully trying to tell you something without smacking you over the head. Versus season 2, which is more by the books, doesn't really push it as hard as, because let's be real, the first episode of season 1 was a lot to handle, and is done on purpose to sort of
or banana.
Yeah, to sort of throw that in the face of all that lewdness. Now, granted, there is lewd moments inside both season 1 and season 2, but they're not done in a way that is like High School of the Dead, so to speak. It's more like it just kind of happened because it's a gag, and that's it.
I would say there's
this is
also
a sexy moment.
There's also an element, I think, to this series of they're riding the line on censorship, and they're doing it in a way that's intentional, as kind of a shout and cry out against that censorship.
Yes.
If those of us who remember the early days of anime, remember just how wild and crazy stuff used to be, and how much room that gave for creative expression. And yeah, sure, that meant that there was a lot of room for like lewd stuff in the lewd space, but it also meant that there was all this room to explore this crazy psychosexual stuff. And we ended up, because of that, with things like the original Fooly Cooly, and I guess even High School of the Dead could kind of be an example of that.
Very on the opposite, like very extreme tier, but yes.
Yeah. And so like I think that this is one of those, like, to some degree, a shout into the void against the increasing censorship and this culture of conservatism and things not being allowed, and probably even to some degree the pressure from the West, with services like Crunchyroll now controlling so much of the budget behind anime and being so influential to it, that it's stifling the creators. And they're this is a group of master level professionals shouting out against that.
I would agree. Not just from the West, but also within the East itself, like how even like the blood animations in this one is a lot more toned down, and might have also, like, even though like the white font, you were talking about the white drippy font, but I actually think that it's not in the like the sexual sense. I think that was more so just a shout out to, like, it was supposed to be like red blood, but you can't really do that now, so now it's like more in weird colors when you watch the show,
Right.
which I
The
think
classic
is like
green blood in anime or in games, right?
correct. Yeah. So it's interesting that despite being at its core a shonen, it is pushing it is, or rather tries to push some of the boundaries of what it once had and what it wants to be.
Yep. All right, Yuki Kigu, where do you want to put this? Because we bouncing around between A and S, which I'm kind of there too between the two. What do you think?
I'm still in favor of keeping this show in the S tier, but
I would say an S. If I would only put it in A if we're putting in the season 1 as well, but in itself, season 2, that would be an S tier.
All right, I think S, because we do have to kind of rate that as a whole. It is a continuous story, and the handful of times we have done season 2, especially for finishing up series, it was nope, we have to rate it at the whole damn thing, because you have to watch season 1 to get to season 2. So, yep.
all right. Well,
In season 2, I'm gonna scream.
Yeah, it's like
it's
one of the highest rated things. It's getting a season 3.
season 3. It's not getting a season 2 though. It's jumping straight to a season 3.
It's gonna troll you. You're like, oh,
no,
where's season 2 of Turkey? Oh, it's so like incredibly like corrupt that like they had to censor the entire season.
Was Dandadan a double core, or what? I thought the second bet we got was a season 2.
No, we're talking about Turkey Time to Strike, and you're like, oh, it's season 3. It's like, oh yeah, the second one was so crazy that they had to censor the entire season.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay.
All right, I actually have to head out for the evening, but thank you so much.
Thanks so much for joining us, Kigu, and thanks so much for covering some of these unfortunately awful series for us.
I did not do all of that intentionally.
It was fine. It was fine. The only thing you ever have to be sorry for, Agent, is Turkey. That's the only one you have to be sorry about. Everything else is like, it's fine. I'm a professional.
Right, would you like to do a shout out for your next stream or anything you got going on?
Keep watching this anime show. It's a lot more interesting that these two do work really hard. So make sure to keep watching them.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad you can appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Boop.
All right.
Okay.
Well, did we want to take a quick break here, or do we want to just continue plowing along for a bit until we hit kind of more the midpoint?
I'm good to keep going. Do you want to take a break, Yuki?
No, I can keep going for a bit.
All right, let's continue on for a little bit more then. What do we have next on the docket?
All right. Next up, that brings us into our kind of like regularly scheduled block of dark programming here with Apocalypse Bringer Minagra. I never could quite figure out how to pronounce that. World Conquest starts with the Civilization of Ruin, the 4X anime.
Wow, okay, that was a little bit of a weird trailer.
How far did you get with this one, Agent? I'm assuming you watched it all the way through as well, right?
Yep, I watched the whole damn thing. Yep.
Who wants to take the lead on this one then?
All right. There's one thing I wanted to point out. This is, like we said before, it's an isekai designed off of, oh, you're getting teleported into a game or the anime or a show or something else that you kind of love. Only we're doing a 4X game to start with here, which was a bit interesting. It's also a bit interesting to coincide with the time that Nintendo releases like a bunch of their classic NES strategy games on their virtual console. Not sure if the Nobunaga's Ambition series. It's not well known outside of Japan, but yeah, it's been going for a long time.
I only know it from like a parody of it.
Yeah, it's not done well in the West, and it's especially compared to Western RTSs, it is not well done, I want to say. But I don't want to say this is just a trash isekai, because this does do some very interesting things. It tries to go into that world building you see later on in Overlord, or to reincarnate as a slime, just from the get-go. It's like, let's do a whole isekai about world building and kingdom building, and God, does it not go any deeper than the surface level on any of those?
I will say though, this was definitely one of the shows that I was like the most enthusiastic to watch when I saw that there was a new episode of it this season. Like I do still think it probably belongs in the trash category. But it had some interesting concepts, and it had, I mean, the execution, like, of the concepts was decent. It's just that the framework of the show was very roughly animated, and, you could tell that it didn't have a lot of budget behind the show. But I think they did a pretty good job with what they had. And if you're someone who's into, like, 4X games, and if you like the concept of watching something that kind of explores, like, how that would interact with other game genres and things like that, then this might be an interesting series for you. The dark overlay was also interesting, and we had some really emotional break moments going on there towards the end.
Yeah, so the biggest strength of this show is all of the characters that you're introduced to, with as even some of the no, just about every character that's introduced is very memorable, very likable, and you want to know more about them. Like, if this show could have done better in its world building and its mechanics, I think I would have probably kicked this up a couple of notches, especially if it would have had better animation. But its characters were so well done and so lovable.
I feel like the world building was still fine. It's just it didn't really take it to the next level with like exploring like political intrigue and stuff like that. It kind of kept it more within that kind of 4X framework in terms of the level that we're seeing everything at. And there's an argument to be made that there was kind of a little bit of a lack of substance at certain points, where like you would just go a long period without anything really happening in a given scene. But I feel like that was kind of going back to that, like, struggle with the limits of their animation budget and everything, where they had time to fill, and they didn't have content worth filling it with.
Yeah. A little more context behind, if you probably aren't familiar with Nobunaga's Ambition, by 4X game is, I forget what 4X actually stands for, but one of the most common plays of those would be the Civilization. Those are your turn-based, generally strategy games of you build an empire, not necessarily StarCraft, not StarCraft style of, oh, I'm going to build my units, or we're going to duke it out. This is slow, methodical pace kingdom building. And that's what they really try to home in here. They even introduce some very interesting mechanics of like, oh yeah, no, I just summon a unit because I have the energy to. Or these people might not like me because I have this base alignment in my starting kingdom.
Yeah, but
Most
it is
notably
interesting
shown,
that they explore how, like, the world that they've been placed into follows some of those mechanics, but then kind of also breaks some of that.
a very interesting thing, which okay, I do want to go into the a little bit of spoilers about the ending, but I want to save that for the very last. Do you have much more to say on this one, Yuki?
No, not really.
Okay, so comparison to Turkey and a couple of the other ones Kiyu was bitching about is the ending really setting it off. This one unexpectedly has that stupid, like, massive hook because it turns into a multiple isekai system where other people have been isekai, but into their own systems. You find out that there's the Dragon Quest equivalent, or the standard isekai character equivalent, or one I don't think we've ever seen before, a D&D isekai character.
I know, right? That one really, really tickled my fancy.
Yeah, that was a very oh my god, like if they introduced like a Yu-Gi-Oh character, like I would get so much of a kick out of that.
Hey, we'll
And
wait
that
for season 2 and see if it comes around, right?
yes, that's exactly it. Like I am like, out of all the probably the trash that's on this list and all the other stuff like that, season 2 on this one, I am hyped. Like I want to see what are you going to do with this, because the things that they introduce with those especially characters is, oh yeah, the Dragon Quest guys, in a boss fight sometimes they have that unavoidable super attack, or other mechanics happen when you defeat certain bosses. The D&D character would very much, oh, I'm going to retool this, I'm going to do this, or my attacks work completely on dice rolls.
I'm re-rolling my character sheet every time I respawn.
Yeah, or it's like I roll a D100 for my attacks, which okay, it bugged me a little bit. That's not what a typical D&D player rolls for a D100, because they actually had a D100 dice. You roll two D10s and you roll a number dice and a sub number dice. I know the odds are a little different than a standard D100, but screw D100s. Those dice are the worst unless they're the size of a bowling ball.
I think they did that mostly for, like, illustrative purposes for the non-gamers, but yeah.
I mean, I can kind of see where you're coming from. I don't think anybody who's a non-gamer is going to even understand that reference, though.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like when they dumb down stuff in hacker shows, even though the only people who would be watching that hacker show are people who are, into technology enough to understand things without them dumbing it down.
Hack the world. Oh, you've never actually seen Hackers?
Oh no, I have seen hackers, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, definitely there. This doesn't get into C, B, or A. This is trash. This is pure trash. This is top tier trash. This is going in. I unless you want to argue something about this, I feel like this is the top trash of the show, which see it right there from under behind Yuki. But
Yeah, I would say if it weren't going into trash, it's somewhere between, like, the C and B level. Like, if it had the animation quality, it would probably prop it up to, like, a B tier, but it's kind of hamstrung by that for probably the majority of viewers.
yeah,
I will say it at
Alright.
least doesn't fall into the 3D CGI trap and have, like, terrible CGI monsters.
no, it had some very interesting stuff. All right, Yuki, what do we got now?
Next up, we have City the Animation from the people who brought you Nichijou, My Ordinary Everyday Life. So,
Wow, that was a
yeah. I'll let you take the lead on this one, because I suspect you watched a lot more of it than I did.
honestly, I'm going to doubt that one, because as that the trailer points out, this is, if you've seen Nichijou, you have a general feel for what this is. This is absurd realism, I think is the correct term for this. This is your Monday everyday life cranked up to 11 for comedic purposes. This Oh, a little piece of me almost wants to say Seinfeld, but crazy anime.
Hmm. For my part, I did end up dropping this one. Like, Nichijou was definitely one of my favorite anime of all time. This one just didn't live up to that pedigree, I felt like. Maybe it got better later on and I just didn't give it enough of a chance, but I found myself having my attention wandering and bored, which isn't really what you want from a gag anime of this caliber that's supposed to be just like a constant series of crazy absurdisms.
Honestly, I feel like that's kind of what's problem was. Nichijou had a little bit more breathing room. It let you kind of feel the gags a little bit more.
It also had better
This is
characters that felt more memorable and more like recurring kind of bits.
Yeah, I think there was a few less characters in that. This has a cast of like, I don't want to say 20, but more than 10. And I swear more kept popping up as the series went on too. So this Nichijou had a very zeroed in school life thing with a couple other outside characters. This is trying to, I don't want to say like an entire block of people, as in a street block, but kind of feels like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like everything was tied together better and more cohesive in Nichijou. Like, the bits that were going on would affect the bits in other, like, parts of the
Yeah.
show. And this just didn't have that element of mastery to it. Just, I don't know.
It couldn't keep you. Like I said, the biggest plus side I had, I think I said this before, is it has a dub. It was a Cybo dub. It came out at the same time as its sub. I watched it in dub. Most of the time, I had it on screen number 2 while I did other things.
Okay, on the note of the dub made it even worse.
Yeah, it's
because like a lot of what interest there was there had to do with the performance that was delivered by the actors and like really selling that comedic effect and timing, and the dub just didn't capture any of that correctly. And it's nothing against those voice actors, it's just like this is a very specific timing and stuff to work with, and if you have to say words that have different lengths, you're not going to be able to nail it the same way.
yeah. I don't think Nichijou ever got a dub, or if it did, it was way later.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it did or not either off the top of my head. I definitely watched it in Japanese.
Yeah, translating a comedy can be the hardest thing, so...
Especially when it's a comedy that has very strong Japanese sensibilities to it.
Yeah. This is kind of where I'm off on this. It's like a little piece of me wants to put this in the trash. I could also see it in the C, but if you're arguing against it, I could also see this in a skip too.
I don't think it belongs in trash, because it's just not a trashy kind of anime. It really wanted to be a good anime, and it had the pedigree for it. It just didn't quite land it. And I feel like that kind of kicks it down into, like, the C or even skip territory myself, but I don't think trash is the right place for it.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of, because it was just the kind of popcorn background. I don't want to put this in the skip, but it's a comedy that wasn't entertaining, and there's not much else you can say about bad comedies. Like, those happen to be some of the worst shows to watch.
I mean, if your comedy isn't funny, what's left, right?
Yeah. Do we throw this into skip? Do we throw a spiritual successor to Nichijou into skip, Yuki?
I think maybe. Like, as much as I want to give it credit for its heritage, its heritage just meant that it had all the more hype to live up to that it failed to live up to, and it had all the more opportunities to be good and wasn't able to succeed despite that.
All right.
Also working against it, this aired on Prime, which, is not one of my go-to places for anime.
Yeah, watching the sub on that is difficult because it's the worst subtitles out there. But all right,
Hey, next
we
up
have
we
better
have
news next.
Secrets of the Silent Witch.
Okay, this one was a surprise one for me. How about you, Yuki?
This one is actually about what I expected. It was decently solid, but like, not super, super amazing.
Okay, because I know what was it? A couple other people have said it's like, oh, it's part of this new genre of the socially anxious girl that's kind of cute and awkward around everything she does. That's been getting a little bit more popularity recently.
Well, I mean, I think there's definitely a market that people are starting to realize is there after things like, why am I drawing a blank on the name of that now? The band anime with the pink-haired girl.
Which one?
Exactly. The socially anxious one, obviously. Anyway, yeah, I think they realize that there's this kind of underserved market of people who are socially anxious and watch anime, right? And that's
Who
been,
would have known?
I know, right? Who would have imagined that people who watch anime might be a little bit socially anxious or like autistic or something, right? um, so it's definitely like a serviceable series. The preview makes it look a lot more action packed and like and visually impressive than it actually is for the most part. I'm tempted almost
Yeah,
in some ways to put this in the trash category, because it does have like a lot of those kind of fantasy
tropes.
fulfillment elements and stuff like that to it. Oh,
Yeah.
you're saying?
That being said, I would say it has a lot of tropes in it, which one of the things I was going to bring up. This is a school anime. This is a pseudo fantasy magical school anime at its core. There's a lot extra going on, but that is one of the biggest things.
Yeah.
You have the girl who is incredibly socially awkward, but is insanely powerful, but also has to keep a secret while other people kind of are prying into it, as well as trying to help it keep hidden with all the other things going on. And it really does hit some interesting points every now and then. And then you get a whole episode about drinking tea and social etiquette and dancing, which can be hit or miss depending on what you like about that.
Yeah, I'd say also it does have a lot of that kind of like romance novel, like Victorian era fantasy romance novel element to it as well. But it doesn't fall into the trap of making that like all it's about, which I feel like makes it, it's better for that.
Yeah, which a lot. The problem is, it's describing much more on this one is going to be just, oh, then this happened, but then this happened, but she learned this. It's the story. Like I said, when I said that I was surprised, I was expecting this to be a lot more boilerplate trash than it actually was. This is very competent storytelling. This is very decent animation for the most part, if not hitting weird notes every now and then.
Yeah, like all of
But
it's reasonably solid, but it's not exceptional.
yeah,
So I'm
uh,
comfortable saying this is kind of like B tier or
that's
maybe
about.
high C. I feel
I
like
want
it's
to put
probably
this in the
better than
B.
most of our C's.
Yeah, this is put together well enough and also looks good. There's no over animation. There's no, oh, that doesn't fit with everything. Everything about this show lines up good. It just needed a bit more to push itself up a couple notches, which
Except the horses. The horses were awful. There was no
it's
excusing
horses
those
and
horses, especially when they were making a horse riding arc.
yeah, I'll give you that one. But to be fair, CGI horses in anime are what some company make just CGI horse models. Dear God, you will make so much money.
Just decent ones, please. Something that doesn't look like a soulless nightmare.
It's like this was rendered on actual PS2 hardware.
You know what? I would even take horse girls over these horses. Just put some Uma Musume in there, and it'll immediately be better than what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. Okay, let's kick it up.
All right. Next up, we have the Water Magician. I think this one was another one that probably surprised you, if I remember right.
This surprised everybody.
Not me so much.
Okay, why don't you start us on this, Yuki? Because I feel like I'm going to have a lot to say afterwards.
Sure. So this series, I didn't know anything about this series going into it, right? So my initial judgment was formed off the first few episodes, which were, I felt really, really solid, right?
Yep.
The animation was great in those episodes. We saw, a lot of cool world building and concepts, and, it looked like it was setting everything up. And plus, we were promised a cute elf girl later on, right? I was a little bit disappointed by kind of the mid-section of the series, because we started to get these more, kind of generic monster things going on, and more, kind of trashy isekai stuff happening very generically and tropily. Okay, fine. It was a little bit of a bummer that it didn't quite live up to the quality that we were seeing in the early episodes. I don't know if they kind of ran low on budget and were like, oh no, or something like that, but, and also, we only got a tiny smattering of the promised elf girl, which it feels like a betrayal, given that the entire ending theme song features nothing but her.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, this show feels like it's set up to be a slow burn, which can be okay, especially if you know you're getting into that. Season 1 feels like a very well done version of the first edition of a light novel, which I would kind of, if this had a longer title, I would say 100%, yeah, it's a light novel. That title, I'm not entirely sure yet.
Oh, side note, I think both this one and the last one we were talking about, Secrets of the Silent Witch, I think these are two of the series that are currently on, episode 14 and are still ongoing. If I remember right, I don't think either of these actually properly ended this season.
No, Water Mage definitely did. I'm gonna pull that up and check right now, though, because I kind of do. No, Water Mage did end at 12.
Ah, okay.
Secret of the Silent Witch you are correct, though, and is still going.
Yeah, I know there's at least one or two others that are still ongoing as well.
Crunchyroll hasn't moved them over to their fall season yet, because stupid Crunchyroll. Yep. The one thing I did want to say on this one, we did say the early on animation is really good, and I did say that this feels like a slow burn. How much they go into the basic world building and how much they go into what these characters can do, how they do it, how that relates to everything, what kind of things are in this world. They do a great job on that one. It's probably its biggest failing. We had no background information on the main character other than he got killed, he was reincarnated, he wanted to have a slow, peaceful life.
And also, none of the fact that he was reincarnated really came into play at all.
I think it kind of helps with some of the bits he does, how he uses his own water magic, which that's the part of the world building that goes into this. He is a water mage. He, each mage, generally specializes in an element of some sorts.
I mean, yeah, it contributes to him being really powerful, but it's one of those isekai anime where they don't really integrate the fact that he's from another world at all, or use that fact in the storytelling.
Yep, not at all. All right, a little bit of I think speculation or possibly spoiler for later, but one of the power, the only power that we find out he does have is, I don't remember exactly what they called it, but he has eternal youth pretty much. He does not age.
I think they called it immortality in the translation, but that's probably not exactly accurate.
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure it was just some kind of eternal youth. Which one side effect of that is it's fey folk, fake monsters, which comes to a little play. I don't want to spoil too much. I don't know. We saw the Doodlehan early on. So fey monsters such as that, fairies, and elves just kind of like being around him from his literal aura. Like
Yep,
he just has a nice calming effect on them. The
feels
other
very
thing,
homey.
yep. The other thing we don't quite know, they never stated, but this is going to be I'm only wanted to say this because it's a fan theory I wanted to push out to you. I'm pretty sure he's over 100 years old by the time he meets somebody.
Oh, that's entirely possible. Yeah, we have no real sense of how much time is passing for him in the intro there. Like we know he's working really hard to get things sustainable for the start of year 1, but then he just kind of goes into this montage arc with his training, and we don't really have any concept of how much time is passing for him there.
Yep. So a little note. The additional bit of his isekai, he is just put into a cabin in the middle of woods, in the middle of nowhere. We're talking like, oh yeah, no, the nearest person, like the nearest human village, is like 1,000 miles away over mountains.
Yeah, it's
Which he
possible
doesn't
that
know
there
that.
isn't even any like civilization to be had when he's first dropped there, and that these like build up on the other side of the mountain ranges as he's there training.
Like I don't think he was there for thousands of years. I think he was there for maybe 100, which is the interesting thing because everyone's looking at his magic and it's like, wait, how are you doing that? Like, why are your chants so weird? Why aren't you chanting the same chant every time? He only chants magic because he thinks it sounds cool. He doesn't actually need to chant magic. He just like ice wall 10 and 10 ice walls pop up. When realistically he can just think it or wave his hand and 10 ice walls would pop up.
Yep.
Which does come into play later as not so much that he can just do that, but that type of magic is a thing. Like I said, there is a lot that this story wants to do as world building, as slow revealing. I don't, like I said, we don't know exactly how old he is or how long he was training. I don't think he does. I think he is like incredibly old, just, sat as this hermit village and worked on his magic because what was it, like the first time he tries to make a water ball, it fails miserably, which I believe was the ending scene on that credits there or trailer. But
Yeah, there's kind of this whole arc with the demons going on too, and we don't even know what's going on there.
there is a lot going on in this world that isn't explained, but doesn't necessarily leave you like, oh, I wish they would have told me that. It's, oh, I can't wait until we find out why that's like this.
Yeah, it's just kind of little seeds that they drop, to germinate and make you wonder for later where that's going to play in.
Yeah, because the other thing they do, it's while like a lot of the people he does interact with don't like, oh, this guy's just kind of kooky and weird, does all these weird things. Anyone in the know that has an understanding of how strong somebody could be looks at him, looks at what he does, and goes, oh dear mother of God, make sure that this guy is never against us.
And also keep
He
him a
should-
national secret.
It's like, yes, don't let anybody catch on to we have nuclear capable weaponry mage on like just chilling in the library right now. Like, let's just placate him and keep him happy. Don't let him on like how strong he is because he doesn't seem to understand that, but he could crush any kingdom he wanted to. He is a national weapon. Like, he is a, I don't want to say like national grade weapon, but like he is a WMD level of mage, and we just need to not get on his bad side or let anybody else get in control of him. Which the few times other people see him in action, instantaneously, oh, this guy is nothing, and then you see him go kick on the full. Oh my, what? And are utterly terrified.
Yeah, the only real exception was maybe the one fire mage, and it felt like they set that up for some real conflict later, shortly before the end of the series.
I don't think even they really hinted at it. The fact that they had the pseudo, I don't want to say narrator, but person in basically you had a god level character kind of saying, oh, well, that's going to happen. But all right, Yuki, where do you want to put this one? Because it's like, this feels like it should be a trash isekai, but it does so much good. I almost want to kick it up into B.
Yeah, I'm okay with putting it up in like the B tier because it's also like it certainly has a certain amount of substance to it, and it certainly isn't something that's just there to be like a power fantasy or to be like harem-y garbage. So I think it's okay to have it outside the trash category. All right.
Okay.
Next up, we have Solo Camping for Two, or Futari Solo Camp.
All right, that's all you, Yuki. I did not catch a lick of this besides the first thing we did for our impressions.
Absolutely. All right. Quick warning: there will be some spoilers in here as I go through. But surface level, this is a camping anime that is also kind of low-key a food porn sort of anime. And with like a central romance plot to it, that is very clearly and very clearly marked as being heavily sponsored by camping equipment companies. They very clearly put the majority of their budget into making like the nature scenes feel good and making sure that they accurately represented the camping equipment that was sponsoring them. And that's fine. The central romance story is cute. The like nature portions of it do have like kind of the right relaxing ma element to them. And something that I do want to touch on that I was really kind of thrown off and surprised by in this kind of series in particular is there's a point, and this is where the spoilers come in, where the central female protagonist is informed by one of her two female friends that her other female friend was introduced to her because that friend is bi, and she thought that the main character was her type. And that really came out of nowhere in this series. But I bring that up partly because the handling of it was interesting. First off, it's exceptionally rare for someone to be explicitly introduced as any kind of bi or gay in an anime series, especially outside of like the explicitly yaoi or yuri series blocks, right? It's kind of almost a taboo that they're usually not supposed to touch on, and that's usually difficult for them to breach for censorship reasons. But they just straight out said that. And not only that, but the character then proceeded to be like, oh yeah, on that note, like, if you ever want to have a one-night stand, let me know. I'm totally in for that. To which the main character was just kind of like, yeah, I'll let you know. And, like, they kind of left it there. But, like, it was very interesting that they had that casual interaction, and it didn't become, like, this whole thing that was, like, a focus or ruining their friendship or anything. And I felt like that was, like, a really interesting moment for representation in anime. Especially because, like, that character still continued to be around and still, like, fulfill their friendship role as pretty much as though nothing had happened. Right up until the last episode, where there's a scene where the three girls are camping together in like a glamping like log cabin, and the main character girl and the one who introduced her to the other girl are like snuggling on the futon, and the main character tells the other girl, like, hey, get in here too. And just, like, pulls her into the snuggle pile casually, like, not bothered at all by the fact that, she knows that this other character is bisexual and is specifically into her. And the fact that they're, close friends is more important to her than any concern she might have around that. And or she's just accepting of it, right?
Yeah.
So to me, that was like something that really marked this series as being interesting in a way that carried it kind of above and beyond its level of like animation and everything.
Okay, that's a good because tongue died. You really don't see that too much, and for a show that just looked like camping equipment, the commercial. At least they decided to put a good story or good spin on that one, because, well, especially I guess getting the sponsor to agree to that too. So
yeah. For that matter, like there's also this kind of subplot where the other, like the male protagonist's ex comes back, and I felt like that was handled pretty well too, because like rather than it just be this kind of moment where it's like, oh, we're gonna, use this as a source of conflict to disrupt the relationship, those two characters met each other before she even ran into the male protagonist. They had like kind of a moment together that was separate from that, and then there was this interesting thing that happened where, like, not only did it not end up being disruptive to the primary relationship, but there was this catharsis moment where the male protagonist and his ex got to like link up, and he got to kind of work through some of the emotional baggage that they left each other with, that was like part of the reason why he had difficulty connecting with other people and having outside relationships. So like there's weirdly elements like that in the show that were just unexpectedly well done and felt really, really well scripted.
yeah, I can't. Okay, anime fans, all this stuff. Breaking up with somebody doesn't necessarily mean you don't get along with them. Sometimes you actually have consent. I don't want to say consensual, but like you both kind of come to understanding. It's like, oh, this relationship doesn't really work. I still like you as a person. Let's be friends, though.
Yeah, or sometimes it's messier than that, but there's still a connection there, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's all kinds of things that can happen, and just because you are no longer having one particular type of relationship with someone doesn't mean that there's no longer any type of relationship or connection between you. And a lot of series don't recognize that, I think, is what you're trying to get at.
Yeah. It's no, you broke up. That means your lives go completely separate ways. You don't ever want to see each other again. And if you do, it's this massive confrontation of your both personalities fighting. It's like, no. Sometimes you just have a breakup. Sometimes you still have that connection. It's like, yeah, it didn't quite work though. But yeah. But all right, Yuki, where are we putting this one?
I feel like this is kind of also up in like the B tier, really. Like some of the animation's not great, other animation is pretty good. But I think that it's really those unexpected elements of it that elevated it. And I would say it's probably at the top of the stuff that we have in the B tier so far.
Oh, you put it above Water Mage too, then okay.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Just because Water Mage is a little more by the numbers, and this stood out a little more in terms of having, a kind of geopolitical aspect to it that we just don't usually see. All right. Next up, we have With You and the Ring, our healing anime for the season. Right. How much of this one did you catch, Agent?
I was a bit more sporadic on this one, but okay. One thing I do want to point out, because we did call this as our healing anime. In certain shows, in certain genres, you do expect certain things. Just double down to that. Healing anime is not bombastic. It is not fast paced. It's not overly comedic. It generally doesn't have a ton of fan service. These are slow, methodical. I'm going to put on a sitcom with a comfy blanket and just kind of relax. And these are what these kind of shows are meant to do. That was about my big piece. So would you like to go on?
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were following up that with a thought or if that was the thought.
That was the thought, just because I wanted to make sure on that, like clarifying what type of show a healing anime is supposed to be.
Gotcha. Yeah. So there's like these kinds of shows are known for being more about their vibes and just being comforting than they are the actual like plot or anything like that, right? The first episode of this show has some truly immaculate vibes, and is definitely worth watching. I would say though that even as far as healing anime go, while there was a couple funny moments here and there for this show, for the most part, my attention definitely wandered on this one. You could almost watch like the first one or two episodes and then just the last episode of this and not really have missed anything in between.
Funny you should say that, because that's kind of what I ended up doing. And that is exactly the feel I've got from this one. A lot of the time, healing anime we have seen, just because of how, I don't want to say droll, but passive and calm they are without much going on, they have some odd hook to them. We've seen one that's like, oh, this is a mythical fox girl, or this is a cat that is just the size of a person and does people things. This one tried to get away with that's a tanuki. Is it
Posing
magical?
as a dog.
Maybe. Does it do anything magical? Not really. It kind of understands human language and kind of writes back to you. And it's good at being cute. It's good at being calm.
It would very much like
relaxing.
some of your apples.
Yeah. But that's kind of the problem I had. It's a little too mundane to be a really good healing show.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough happening between the two characters, like between the Tanuki and her owner even, to kind of drive the show, right? Like they didn't even need the whole rest of the cast that they brought in. I feel like the show could have been better served if it was just more poignant moments between those two. But we didn't actually get that much of that outside like the first one or two episodes and kind of that ending episode. So I'm inclined to say this probably is like a C tier.
I was going to throw this at the bottom of the C tier just because there's nothing wrong. If you like a calm, relaxing healing anime, it's good. It's exactly what you want. If you're not one of those people, you're not going to like this. It's just, there is nothing necessarily wrong with this. There's nothing necessarily that's going to pull you in either.
Yeah, there's nothing for you outside of the genre that this is. So if it's not your genre, this is not the show for you.
Other than that, well, like I said, not pretty decently animated, but there's not a lot of animation going on. So they get to do cute characters, good backgrounds. Heck, even the Tanuki for like, it looks good. I love the way that thing looks and the way it moves. It just doesn't do a lot of that technically. So
yeah, likewise, they did an awesome job with some of the rain animation, but the rest of it, like the characters were pretty sparsely animated and such, relatively speaking.
yeah. So I think the bottom of C, Nothing wrong, nothing great.
All right. Next up, we have detectives these days are crazy.
All right, little fun thing. This or Turkey Time to Bowl were the two shows I was debating on giving Kigu. Turkey
Time
ended
to
up
Strike
winning
Me.
out. Yeah. And I think he would have actually liked this one a lot better.
He'll never forgive you
Okay.
for that choice.
Oh, I'm going to be hearing about that one for a while, I feel.
This was a skip for
Oh.
me, so this one's all you. I'm actually going to probably even step away to grab some water real quick while you review this one.
Okay, I was going to say, it's like we're probably going to take a break right after this. Okay, so one of the biggest things I wanted to go with this one, I think I made the joke before, Gedima. It's a show everybody's heard about, everybody's seen a bit, and there's always merchandise of it everywhere. There's always Gedima merch. I don't know how. Nobody's watched it though. Nobody talks about it too much. It's just one of those weird shows that's liked but not known.
It
This
pops
has
up on
that
the
feel.
front of Crunchyroll all the time, and I never click on it.
Yeah, exactly. This is a detective gag story. This has 1,000,000 gags a minute. About half of them are really good. The other half are but it's such fast pace. You don't stick around on the meh. And you're generally laughing at the previous one that was funny long enough to not notice the bad ones. This does so many fun skits, gags, comedy that I like. You're just smiling, you're laughing, you're giggling, you're having a good time, and there's a reason I'm not talking about the plot because it's not there. The main character is a good 20-something genius detective who's now in his mid 30s. I really hate, like, oh, he's in his mid 30s, he's practically dead. Shut the fuck up, Japan. Shut the fuck up.
1 foot in the grave.
It does so. It's right there. It does so many good things. Like the main character, yeah, he has that old grandpa feel. Yeah, it's like, oh, I can't break down the door. I'm not this strong. His assistant is a macho. I don't want to say high school girl. I want to say early college. Who can also, bend concrete roads just from her sheer force of will and gag character powers.
Most colleges don't have school uniforms, though. So
And that's why
probably
I'm
high
slightly
school.
confused. So, because he might just be wearing the high school uniform to feel like she's in high school still.
That's possible. There are definitely characters out there like that.
And it's one of those, I could see her doing that 100%. The characters are good. The comedy is good. There isn't a story. It's just, it's the same. That's the problem Genma has. There isn't an ongoing story. It's gag episodes. It's Detective Conan also would have fallen into this if it didn't have its overarching.
Like, I need to get my original body back.
Yeah, that we only get story progression on like once every 5 years, maybe. There is no overarching story. So which can be so hard to watch and recommend a show. It's like, yeah, this is a fun gag anime with these characters solving mysteries. We have Scooby-Doo already. And this doesn't, like, this, where did I put this one? Actually, I'm looking at that. Private Truth Dusk. Nope. There it is. That's the problem I'm gonna have. It's like I can't say too much without just doing gags, which I really can't repeat because they're heavy visual gags. I don't think there's a dub, which the dub would not work if they did this.
Yeah. Japanese gag anime just do not translate into dubs.
If this had bad animation, I would put this down into C, but this has fairly good animation. It just doesn't have a story. So I'm gonna drop this one in the back of B. Just because it's good, just nothing great about it.
Fair
But
enough.
with that, I think we're gonna take our short break, everybody.
Sounds like a plan.
And we will get to the back half of this list in a little bit. So go
See
take
y'all
your
in around
break,
5
get some water.
minutes-ish.
Yep. Break And break.
Oh, I've gotten all twisted around.
Yeah, but no, my blue sky YouTube notification hit just the time, but everyone else, welcome back. Oh, timing on that one. Hopefully you had a good little break, got yourself something to drink, or use whatever you needed to do. But let us pick up with our next trailer. Yuki, what do we got?
Next up, we have. Oh no, everything's gotten messed up. Sorry everyone. One of my cats infiltrated the room while I was out and was just a force of chaos. Here we go. Next up, we have Sue tomorrow at the food court.
Oh. Also, I believe I should have fixed my model on your side.
Oh yeah, it's definitely moving a bit smoother now. It's still a tiny bit choppy, but not as bad as before.
Had to reload the webpage.
Food court でまた明日
An
Well, that was
exceptionally
nothing
short
burger of a
trailer.
trailer. Yeah. Well, why is it always like they're massive or there's nothing to them?
I know, right? There's really no in between
Yeah.
on these. Alright, so, did you end up watching this one, Agent?
I caught about half of it. I did not watch the whole thing.
Gotcha. So this was another one that was kind of like a lot of, product placement in it. This time mostly from like KFC and Baskin Robbins.
Weirdly, a weird combo.
I know, right? I mean, it wasn't too intrusive or anything, but, you know, you could definitely tell that they were very specifically eating these branded products with the labels pointed at the screen.
Oh, makes me want some fried chicken right now.
Dunked in ice cream.
I don't know. I actually just bought a tub of ice cream. I might get that after stream now, thinking about that.
Successful product placement.
Not their product.
Well, look, it had the desired result, technically, just not to the complete degree they wanted it.
Yeah.
So, this was just kind of one of those, like, slice of life, like, mini episode, kind of 4 coma sort of anime, where it was really more just like, a bunch of, segments as an anthology, each exploring kind of like a brief, concept or joke. And it was, you know, pretty serviceable. I certainly enjoyed watching it. This one was only half a season long. And it had like 2 or 3 episodes packed into each episode, I guess you could say.
Kind of like how Cartoon Network likes to do their half cores for a half-hour block. The
Yeah,
biggest
yeah.
thing I will say with this one, it's you and your buddy sitting down for lunch. You haven't met up for the rest of the day, but you're gonna sit down there. You're gonna joke. You're gonna poke fun at each other. You're gonna kind of skim on your phones and like, hey man, look at this BS. And that's kind of what the whole show was. If this would have been a 12-episode series, I think I would have rated this a lot lower, but it kind of knew what it was. It stuck around for a good amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably B tier-ish. Like, it certainly had, serviceable animation. The characters were cute and likable. And it didn't waste your time. Like, yeah, it was a show about 2 characters wasting time together, but it wasn't like a lot of like nothing happening or anything like that. It was, it used its time to explore their time together well.
Yep, getting to know the characters, getting to know their personalities, what they like, the weird things going on. It's like, oh, hey, the real bookish-looking girl's kind of an idiot. Hey, the Gyao girl is kind of more intelligent than she very much looks. They're kind of like, let's on. It's it does a lot for not its jokes, but doing character building. And when it does that, it's doing very good. Both of these are people I would love to see kind of like doing other things. But this was a short about them eating lunch or getting lunch together.
Yep. Yeah, on that note, like I said, here, I'm not sure, like, I didn't watch Detectives, so I don't know where you would place it in relation to that one. I don't think it's necessarily better than, like, Secrets of the Silent Witch. It's probably around that same level.
It's kind of that's the kind of problem having. Detective these days are crazy. That's a gag anime about a bunch of goofballs solving a bunch of crazy, crimes. This is, two girls having lunch, having that kind of comedic thing, having that great dialogue. It's like both of these shows do very good at what they're doing, bringing you in, but there's no story. There's nothing else to get onto. That's kind of the problem I have. I'm going to put it above it. Detective these days was a bit too much, especially for what we got going on nowadays. If like this was a lesser season, did it have a mountain of shows to get through? I think that would have done better, but there's only so much time in the day, god damn it.
Yeah, I mean, in a seasons this packed, sometimes there's something to be said for shows that at least respect your time, you know?
Yep. All right.
Okay. With that, our next show on the agenda is another one I didn't watch at all. Let's Go Karaoke.
Was that on Crunchyroll?
Yeah. This was a Crunchyroll trailer.
Yeah. Let's because I didn't watch that. I was kind of wondering, like, oh, this must have been a Hulu or something I just missed. Oh no, let's. Okay, I'm a bit curious now because I'm looking at my search results and it's the second one on that list. Just start hearing.
I will say they did not promote it at all within the platform.
Wait, this is 5 episodes, so 724. So that would have been.
Yeah, maybe it started
shit.
late in the season or something?
Wait, 7. Whoa, what? The effing 724, 731, 807, 814, 925. So episodes 4 and 5 had a month between them.
Nice.
Wonder
what production nightmare resulted in that.
So yeah, because the rest of these are week to week to week to week. So that would have been August. So no, wait. So was the 7th the start of the season for winter or summer? Sorry, so start of the summer. Was 7th the month we started on? I'm generally trying to pull it up in my brain right now. Let me see here. Let me double check because I can. If we failed on this one, we failed on this one. But if this show is just bleh, yeah, 706. So yeah, this started mid-season, and then had a gap between its last episode. Yeah, so failed production. I'm going to say failed production. It had a month gap between 2 episodes on a 5-episode show. So there's something going on there. Did I even put this on the list? Because Rebirth, Chicken Gotcha, horror one, it's gonna be problematic one.
I mean, I definitely had it on the tracking list.
Yeah, no, I've got it on here too. Nope, we failed this one, but so.
Whoops, did not watch.
Yeah, no, we're also gonna put this at the bottom of the skip because you failed at your advertising, you failed at releasing in the rest of the season, which put on there, and from that release date, I'm gonna say you failed at your production too. Okay, what the heck was it rated? Let's okay, let me at least give it the let's go karaoke. What is this? This is a 4.8. Oh, okay, whatever. It's like you can't really go off that either. Can't give whatever. Whatever. What?
Oh, that's unfortunate because I thought this one was definitely your kind of show and that you would have this one.
This one slipped my mind. This is I'm gonna take the full credit fail on that one, but show you also fail. We expect something out of you. You gotta get me something to hook on. Remember that. All right, load up the next one, Yuki.
All right. Next up, we have that little mini webisode series on YouTube, Milky Subway, the Galactic Limited Express. So, yeah, I did watch about half the series, I think, early on, but I forgot to swing back and check for new episodes.
Yeah, it has 12. They dropped 2 weeks. Oh, okay. I see how they did the release dates on here. Yeah, it's fully released on YouTube.
Anyway, it's a cute show. If the preview caught your attention, the episodes are only like 2 minutes long or something. It's not a very big investment, and it costs you nothing because it's free on YouTube. Feel free to check it out. You might have a good time with it.
Do I have a?
If you don't, it's probably not a big deal.
Yeah, no, I think this one kind of got kicked to the side.
I don't know that this one even had a logo associated with it, to be honest.
Yeah, so sorry about that one, Anime. I know you were trying that. This one I will take more credit for.
And I mean, to be fair, this was like an indie production made by like a handful of people. This isn't a big release or anything. Right. So next up, private tutor to the Duke's daughter. Yeah. So I don't honestly feel the need to go too deep into this one. I think it suffices to say that this is a PG-rated lolly harem anime fantasy trash.
I think I had a good way to put this. If I would have given this to Kigu with like Turkey, he would have just wanted to punch me in the face. He probably would have wanted to kick me in the balls. This is dull. This does nothing. This even does a bait and switch with its own premise, turning it's like, oh, it's going to be like secluded and there's going to be a couple. It's like, no. We're going to get the full harem, or they're each going to have like their own episode. We're going to kind of keep introducing characters, even though it's supposed to be about the titular Duke's daughter. I didn't like this. I don't even know
Your
if I want to put this
hatred for this one is visceral.
I don't know why. It's one of those. I wish it would have done more.
Yeah, it's actually not that offensive of a show. The problem is just that like it clearly had a thing that it wanted to be, and that thing was clearly intended to be spicy, but it was served mild and lukewarm.
It's just all right. Like I said, it's like this was not a good show. I don't want to drag a bunch of time. This is already going to be a long stream. Yay. Where do you want to put this, Yuki? Do you want?
I honestly feel it belongs in the trash category. It doesn't really deserve a skip. It's just like it's a very, very specific audience for this, of people who want fantasy harem trash but don't want fan service in it.
Yeah, I'm putting this one below Turkey.
All right.
Yeah. Man, rapid firing these all of a sudden.
Next up, we've got Scooped Up by an S-rank adventurer.
この子には私の過ちを繰り返させない。
Yeah, this one's pretty much by the numbers. I can't believe it's not isekai slop.
Yep, it's even further than that. It's the like my party doesn't like me because I'm the healer, which god damn it, nobody fucking that plays RPGs, MMOs, or other styles of that game has ever said, who the hell needs a healer? That class sucks. God damn, get your gaming mechanics right and your fucking RPG mechanics right, people.
I think almost worse yet, he like self-inflicts that on himself because everybody else realizes that he's useful and that support characters are super helpful. He is constantly thinking that he's not doing anything or not doing enough.
Oh, I can understand that. That is I was trained by people who were the top of the line, and that's where I hold myself to. And they made sure I would never get arrogant, but they kind of overdid it. It's like, I didn't quite like that, but I could understand it. It was like the trope itself was baked into the show enough. The fact that his party that came out very much tried to, man, you are crazy. You are amazing. Quit talking down to yourself. The fact that the hero party, like a good chunk of them realized, oh, he was supporting us a lot more than we thought he was. Oh, we messed up. Happened very early on. Like, this is trash, like in the good trash form, and does some good things with its formula, but it's by the numbers trash fantasy. Oh, I wasn't good enough, but oh, it turns out I'm really the best at everything, or support magic, and really helpful to my actual party, which, once again, focusing on them and how good they are and how good supporting they are, because he is a support mage, and that he does really well. He is not the one casting ultimate fireball times 10 or death slash insta kill. He is the guy who multicast, protect, haste, and a mana regen on the party.
Red mages were really popular in Final Fantasy XI for a reason.
Well, they're popular in Final Fantasy 14 for a reason too. God damn it. And I do like that, because, like I said, the main guy, like, you do get sick of that trope, but by the time you're getting sick of it, his, like, the new people he meets, the the titular S rank party in the title, it's like, man, I think you got some personality issues here, because most mages take like 5 minutes to cast that spell and are tired afterwards. You rapid fired 4 of them under your breath and feel like you could run and still go strong.
I will say that, like, the animation in this was not by any means top tier. This was a little on the rough side, but to its credit, there weren't, like, terrible CGI monsters. Well, I take that back. The wolves. There were a few terrible CGI monsters.
There were a handful, but they didn't focus on them for too long. Tried not to, I should say.
Yeah, they mostly were, like, zoomed out, so it wasn't as impactful.
Yep. I'm gonna put this one below the Shy Hero.
Yeah, that's about where I think it belongs.
This is gonna be in the trash again. Like I said, this is sloppy garbage, but it's good garbage. It's like, if you don't mind that trope and, like, you haven't seen that too much and you like going back to it, especially for a fantasy world that is set up to be coherent, it's fairly good. I did enjoy this very much.
All right. Next up, we have Dealing with the Mikadono Sisters is a Breeze. And how much of this one should you watch, Agent? I almost said Kigu.
I caught the first couple episodes and the last couple on this one.
All right, so I imagine I'll kind of carry this one then. So, as I mentioned a second ago, this is from the same people who did Quintessential Quintuplets. And for a little added context, for something unusual, about halfway through the season, I ended up, like, switching over from watching this solo to watching it with a group of my friends. And kind of our general consensus is that it definitely was better than Quintessential Quintuplets. Like, it fixed a lot of the problems that show had and kind of, like, iterated on it and turned that formula into something better and much more enjoyable. Which, I see as a big success, personally. Animation on this was, quite good. Oh, geez, what happened? All of a sudden, did you size your window or something for the tier list? Suddenly it got much bigger on my end.
No, it's actually done that to me too all of a sudden. I do not know what happened there.
Weird. All right.
Let me try just. Nope. Okay. It's spread out a little bit more.
Sure, whatever.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe
Alright.
because we put too much stuff in the list, it like changed the size of it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, because we had like a lot of these long ones all bottled up next to each other, so that might have pushed off the sides.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, the show has a good like found family theme to it. The kind of romance arcs are cute. The main character is a pretty adorable boy wife.
Yeah.
And you know, each girl has her own kind of like I mean, obviously
Sure.
they have their own arcs, so they all have their own trials that they have to overcome, and it's nice to see the way that support happens and plays out. It is also a harem anime, and there's a reasonable line here to a potential like legitimate harem ending. But the story doesn't quite fully wrap up by the end of the season. It's clear that this is intended to have more seasons, or at least keep progressing the manga. So, you know, we only got like basically one arc for each character this time around, plus like the bonus character that's not one of the sisters.
Didn't she show up at like the very end too?
Kinda, yeah. She showed up during like the final sisters arc and was, you know, kind of mixed into her arc as both a friend and rival of one of the characters. And fangirl of her? Question mark.
Yeah, it might be like one of those. We're gonna add a hero, and then we're gonna start adding spokes to it at the back end.
Yeah. But you know, overall, show was definitely more than decent. This was certainly one of the ones I looked forward to watching the most during this season. But there are a few that were definitely above it. I think this one is certainly solid enough that as far as this genre goes, it easily fits into like the high end of B tier, if not A tier.
Okay, so we're gonna put this like above Water Mage and Solo Camping, or right between them. You think? Yeah, then.
I'm thinking probably above solo camping. Like solo camping had a little more unique stuff going on for it, but the animation and everything in that was so much rougher than this. Like everything in Mikadono Sisters was very cleanly done.
Oh yeah, that was the one thing I could definitely say. It felt very polished as an anime show.
Yeah, for sure. Not to say that it was like S tier level of like, oh man, everything's like insane Sakuga, but it was very, very polished and very clean for the type of show it was.
Yep.
All right. Next up, we've got a show that I dropped pretty early on, Necronomico and the Cosmic Horror Show.
Okay, not the best trailer, but I think the end there really gets it. So, one thing most people who watch anime might be familiar with is anime doesn't do good horror most of the time. There are very few great dark or horror shows in anime. So, trying to do a cosmic, I don't want to say Cthulhu, Lovecraftian style modern day horror show feels like a tall glass of goddamn water. This show somehow goddamn lands that. I know it had a bit of problems because Yuki said she dropped it with I believe the sub company was caught using AI to
Do its subtitling, yeah.
In translations, which congratulations, you tried to have an AI do Lovecraftian monsters. So Cthulhu, oh my god,
The King in Yellow,
Oh yeah, what the hell is his? Basically, there is a lot of in what's supposed to be impronounceable names above what would be the antagonist group of this show, and okay, I think I'm going to have to go into a bit of spoilers in this one, just for how much needs to be covered in that one. This is a very much not quite an anthology, but every couple episodes will focus on a new game show. These are all contestants trapped in a show that you can, oh, hey, the further you get, the more you can unlock, or the more you can do in real life. But you might go crazy because if you fail this, we just inject madness into your brain. Which, at the very start, very interesting, very good. And then as the story progresses, it's like, okay, why were these people chosen? Why they doing it like this? You get to see the madness, the flaws, the absolute insanity of every character. We get to the point where one character decides, you know what? I'm sick of people making fun of me. I want them to get hit by a truck. That's what we won. That's what I'm putting my points into. Make this person get hit him with the truck.
Summon Truck-kun.
I'm not even joking. Like it literally. And then at the end, then going through it, it's like, oh, he got hit by a truck. Oh, then he got a bunch of extra attention. Oh, now he still thinks I'm a piece of, it's like now he's even more on me. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go into his hospital and pull him off life support.
Wow, rip. Literally.
Yeah, which hey, guess what? You're doing cosmic horror stuff. So next game show, we're gonna ask you personal questions. Hey, did you kill this guy? Answer wrong, you lose points and possibly die. Yes. Congratulations, that's went out live across Japan. What? Or, oh hey, we're gonna dig into your personal trauma with your stepdad and all the horrible things he did to you. I don't want to go into that. They don't go too far into that. We just know the minute the person sees this, they freeze up and have a near panic attack.
As one might expect.
And, yes, in every show, it does that cosmic horror bit right. It starts off slow. It starts off like, oh, this doesn't feel so bad. And every episode, the stakes just tick up a little bit more. More of the characters start breaking. You start seeing the flaws. You start seeing why these people were chosen and how utterly insane they are under the surface of their everyday lives. Which I want to share the craziest one. Like there might be a little bit crazy to this on your own personal standards, but this one I just got an absolute fucking kick out of. So you find out, okay, what's the flaw of the teacher? Oh, he married one of his students and has a daughter with her. Don't worry, he didn't start marry. I didn't marry her till after she graduated. And he kind of like, okay, that's a little bit weird, dude. You're kind of nice, but okay. We get to the end. Cosmic Horror, it's like, oh, you're going to play this card game with me, and if you don't, your wife and child are going to die. And it's like, I forget what the final question is. It's like, you risk them? It's like, of course I wouldn't risk them. I risk them as much as I risk myself. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Because they live in my heart. You mean figuratively? No, they're my imaginary wife and child. So he imagines he has a student he married and had a child with, to the point where that's how his house is decorated.
Well then, I mean, I suppose it's not conceptually all that different from having an anime waifu and having merch of her plastered all over your room.
I know, but it's like, okay, that's fucked up, man. And then it's like, oh no, you're actually insane. Oh, the madness doesn't really hit you all that the same as everyone else. And then, of course, you have the titular main character, Necronomico, which I do get a kick out of that. And the fact that she is a streamer doesn't really play a part into the story too much. And they do some really weird things with a priest from the Vatican who's dressed up like Vampire Hunter D for some reason. Who they actually makes the joke of like the character. It's like, wait, what did you do? Oh, I helped do the summoning ritual to banish them for good. You know, he just kind of like showed up at the end and didn't do much, and then said you solved everything. Yeah, I did. Walks off into the sunset.
Deus Ex Machina.
No, I'm not even like it's like, oh, this guy's gonna do something cool. No build up, no pre-planning. It's like, yeah, I set this up in the background. Have fun, everybody. What?
It's already taken care of. Go about your business.
Yeah. And I think the thing it really does, I really liked best, is with all Cosmic Horror. It's like you do the slow build up to madness, you do the big reveal, you do a climax that you're not sure if you won. If you do a Lovecraftian story, the main characters should think they're in a good, better position, but aren't sure about it. There's this lingering doubt. It's this little bit of possibility in the back of their brains, like, well, why do you still have like those like ticks that the Cthulhu had? Oh, yeah, it's just me. But it's like, you know, why did you like me so much for like all our lives? I'm an orphan. Like, what? Like, oh, you just smell like me. What?
That's just a creepy phrase in general.
Yeah, it's not. Well, but once again, that's the Cosmic Horror side of it. And you don't see that done well. So to see a show like Necronomicon, the Cosmic Horror Show, which, once again, way to rhyme in English, Japan. What the hell? Seriously. I just
I mean,
appreciate
it's
that so
easier
much.
to rhyme when you're making up words.
I mean, only one of those is kind of a deviation of a standard, I was going to say standard English word, but Necronomicon is not standard. It is widely used now, and especially in horror tropes. But okay, that being said, there are some interesting designs, but there's also a lot of bad. The translations on that first episode were not good.
Yeah, and also there was definitely more than a fair share of janky CGI, some of which was a little bit more forgivable because it was in the context specifically of those characters being game characters at the time, and them specifically aping the style of the type of game that they were, parodying. But nonetheless, like, you have pretty much an entire episode that's just like CG animated block characters very early in the show.
Yeah. That being said, I want to throw if this had done a little bit better with its animation and hadn't fucked up with those subtitles, I would have maybe thrown this into A tier even. But it is hitting a very specific crowd. I am more into that target audience. So I think I'm going to put this about mid B tier between Solo and Water Mage.
That's much higher than I
Personally.
would have expected from what I saw of the show, but again, in fairness, what I saw was kind of like the worst part.
Yeah, this is one of those shows that had a slow build and then nailed its ending. So I'm gonna give this one to Gigo. He probably would have loved this one. But I gotta put that there. I love the design. It's the fact that it also ends on a kaiju fighting game is fun for me.
It's Rampage World Tour.
You're not far off from that feel though. But once again, it's like I said, it does so much right in the Cosmic Horror Show style that I have to give it credit for nailing that.
All right. Well, next up we have Hell Teacher, Jigoko Sensei Nube. This was a complete reboot of a much, much earlier anime, like an old school classic. All right, a couple quick notes about this. First off, the original leaned very heavily on its pervy humor and fan service involving the children in Nube's class. This remake, by my understanding, basically cleaned all that up and removed all that, but that also means they removed a very significant aspect of the show. So I don't know how well it ends up standing without that. I will say, though, that unfortunately, the other thing that I need to note is this aired on the Raymao It's Anime platform on YouTube as the official English licensing. But the problem is, unlike one of the other series that they did this season, they licensed this one in such a way where they were only allowed to keep up like the first 3 episodes and then the most recent episode. So functionally, it wasn't actually possible for me to watch the entire series, because by the time I was even aware that it was there and went to go start watching it, at least 1 or 2 episodes had already dropped off the platform.
Yeah. Although I did pick up from the trailer a little bit that the old anime trope of you people make fun of demon sealed in my hand kind of moment.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've seen that around so much, and it's like, oh, this is where that comes from.
This literally is where that comes from, yes.
Always fun to see that. But yeah, I once again, YouTube shows like that fall hard. It's I'm gonna make a list for myself going forward. I need to keep up on these kind of things because I feel like I could have watched this one, but unfortunately I didn't. I don't think I even have an icon for this one because of how irritated I was with that concept. I think I pulled that off for last time.
Darn.
Because we are at the list that we used for the opening shows, so
Plus standard in.
yeah, which ugh.
All right.
All right.
Well, we won't belabor this one then. It's kind of a skip for us in the sense that we literally kind of couldn't watch it, and it's not currently legally available on any platform that I know of, other than, you know, a handful of episodes that definitely do not complete the series. So we can't really recommend this one because there's not really any way for you to watch it.
Yeah.
So consider this one an honorary skip.
Yep. All right. What do we got next?
And next up, we have Ruri Rocks.
Oh, Yuri Rocks. Yay.
どうした座り込んで体調が優れないのか
Alright, well, it sounds like you definitely watched this one too.
I caught the first couple episodes and then kind of dropped it.
Oh, okay. Well, should I take the lead on this one then?
Yes, please.
Alright. Well, for me, this was definitely one of the top series of the season. Right off the bat, I'm gonna say this one easily belongs in A rank, if not S rank. The show is just gorgeously animated at every turn. The nature aspect of it is beautifully animated. The gems are beautifully animated. The characters are beautifully animated. Not only that, but, you know, you've got some serious quality waifu material there for those who are into that. And great character interactions. All these characters really, like, feel very vibrant and alive. And more than all of that, I think what makes this, what really elevates this show is the fact that it's actually successful in being, like, you saw the subtitle for the show there was Introduction to Mineralogy, and it's actually successful in getting people interested in mineralogy.
Yep.
And
if
I
you
think
have that
that's
autism scratch of getting into stuff like this, that
Oh, yeah?
definitely felt like this was the show for you.
for sure. It just does an amazing job of bringing you into that science aspect and selling you on what is interesting and cool and unique about these things and the science that connects them all. And I would say that it honestly does a much better job of being that kind of like Bill Nye the Science Guy show than even let's see. Yeah, does it? I think it does. Cause like you've got Hmm.
Yeah, there really aren't any too many that technical shows this season, I would say, is the problem.
Well, I mean, we did have the continuing season of Doctor Stone this season too, but I feel like it pushes that out and does a better job than Doctor Stone does at being a science show.
Yeah, well, Dr. Stone is a shonen with the science power scaling, so you get
Yeah.
you get a lot of generalized basics. This is a very focused show. Like if you were this was a sports show, you would see like the in-depth things of baseball, football, soccer, all the like you would see like why you do these kind of things, why you do this, why this is like this, or why you need to wear these, or what this tool does.
What putting this exact kind of backspin on the ball does, and how you achieve this crazy like S movement effect through the air, like
Yeah.
yeah. Not only that, but on kind of a final note there, although the last episode almost felt a little bit rushed in a sense, like it almost was kind of abrupt, as though they kind of like were expecting to maybe get another season and then suddenly learned that they wouldn't, so they decided to wrap the show up. At the same time, they were able to still make that a very touching ending. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the final episode definitely brought a tear or two to the eye. And I think that's also the hallmark of a really excellent and successful show. So again, this could potentially even be an S rank to me. I'm
Like, that's where I want to pull it down because it's like I enjoyed it. I did like it, but I did fall off. Like at episode 3, it was just like, no, I don't want to watch any more of this. So, like, well, I do agree with you. It does feel like top tier, well made. This isn't a show that's going to pull everybody in.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's stopping me from like solidly putting it in that tier. Is just that there might be people who aren't able to kind of stick with this because it's just not their kind of show. But if it's even remotely, like if any aspect of it is your kind of show, you're gonna want to watch this one for sure.
Yep. All right, Yuki, what do we have next? I think we're probably getting pretty close to the adults only section we have on our list.
Yeah,
A few of
pretty
these get a
close
little
there.
spicier.
We've got a little ways to go, but we're getting there. Next up we have cultural exchange with a game center girl.
That was some great English.
On the note of English, please, whatever you do, do not watch this show as the dub. The dub is absolutely dreadful and completely ruins everything that is even remotely charming about this show.
Oof. Okay,
In
this is
the
one of
dub,
the ones.
they gave her like a low British accent where it sounds like she's from the British slums in the 1920s. And that's just not right for her character at all.
Nope.
Not only that, but a number of the other characters are just like the choices they made for those characters are just awful and don't fit at all. Honestly, the English is part of the show's charm. So it really works just so much better in Japanese. That said, I'm guessing you didn't watch much of this one?
I watched what we did for the opening, and that's where I stopped. This
Yeah?
felt dull. This felt like a comedy slice of life, and like I said, I bounce off of those so hard, and I
Yeah,
just
like
could
low
not.
key romance. Like, honestly, I feel like this one goes in the trash bin. I just feel like that's the most appropriate place for it. Everything is pretty rough about this show on the animation side and all that. And it's like enjoyable for what it is, but it's not much.
Yeah, it's like I said, that's the problem with these lower end shows like that. They're a bit hard to talk because it's like, oh yeah, no, it's a little bit of culture, a little bit. It's like it doesn't do too much. Because I'm guessing that once you watch the first couple of episodes, you got a good feel for what the whole show is. It
Yeah,
doesn't really
it's
jump
cute in its
outside of
own way,
those.
but it really doesn't go anywhere.
So yeah, if you want to watch some English and cute British girl getting to know I forget, she's in high school, he's in like early college kind of thing, like that like 17 to 20-year-old like dating or like poking at each other thing.
She is in middle school along with his sister in the same class, and he is a college student.
Oh,
And she
okay.
is in love with him and romantically pursuing him.
Yay.
So there's that to consider.
All right, let's load up the next one, Yuki.
Yeah. Next up we have Ugly Mug Epic Fighter. So this was actually another Chinese series, and I did watch this one all the way through, but I know that you were pretty excited about this one, Agent, so do you want to take the lead on this?
Yeah, so this is like we were saying in the trailer before, this is an isekai. This is a straight up, I don't want to say straight up. This is a power fantasy isekai. Only instead of the main character becoming this beautiful, well done harem building, this is the ugly bastard character on that. Hero who's trying to help his party, who are basically it's a story about people whose lives become so terrible they want to be isekai, and they all basically wind up at the same world. The things this show does well are its character building and a few character story arcs and building. Yeah, I was going to say world building, but doesn't quite do a lot of good world building. It does a little bit here and there, but not too much. All the characters are what you're coming here for, seeing like what happened with their lives, what they kind of were before, and why they wanted to be here, and what they wanted to be, and
Or
expanding on
how
that.
they all connected together in their previous life in this world before moving into the isekai.
Mostly, hey, you really like I was helped out by this really kind of ugly looking like salary main character. Oh, wait, that sounds like me. Oh shit, that was me. Well, I better not tell him. Which that gag gets a little old. I think the biggest surprise was the main character basically got his life ruined by false molestation charges. Which pleaded guilty just to get it over with, and finds out that destroyed his life. Then finding out how awful this woman was that did this to him. The fact that she ruined, it felt like several, if not dozens of other people's lives in the process.
They said that she was a serial offender that had done that to hundreds of people.
Well, and besides that, it was also that she had like ruined I don't want to spoil too much, but you find out even a lot of the female characters in this universe have had their lives utterly destroyed by this person, to the point where it's a massive baggage bringing into this world because of her.
Yeah. One note that I will throw out there that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth is there's definitely like a body shame element to this anime that bothered me a bit. And so if that's something that you're sensitive to, maybe give this one a pass. Especially because very explicitly, one of the things that happened when he became uglier is he became much fatter. So there's a hard fat shaming aspect to this show.
Yeah, it's kind of baked in there, but that being said, this is going in the trash. This is straight trash. This is good trash. Don't make you undo. I'm going to put this probably
I mean, it wasn't super delicious, but it had plenty of salt on it. I don't know where it's definitely below Shy Hero. Would maybe say it's below
parties.
Game Center Girl 2. Well, maybe not, because like I definitely found myself watching this more enthusiastically than Game Center Girl. So if that's the measurement, I'd say it's probably above S Rank Adventurer as well.
Yeah. The biggest thing with me was not only did it have characters I did enjoy, it had a story. Like, well, that's been our biggest complaint this season is there's a lot of these that just don't have a story. It's like, it's a fun world. It's a good comedy. It's
Got
not
nothing to tie it
really-
together.
yeah, it's just, yay, it's a fun thing. Yay. This had a story. This had the character progression. Well, this while it wasn't a lot, this had world building that helped advance the story and made things more interesting with a decent fight scene at the end for its climax. There were some interesting things going on here. This was a fun watch, not the best, but if you want some isekai trash, it's pretty good for that.
All right. Next up, welcome to the Outcasts Restaurant. Quick reminder about this show. One of the central plot items early in the show is that Atelier, the cute little girl, is purchased as a slave by the main character in order to prevent her from being added to another person's literal slave harem. So if that kind of content warning puts you off from this show, immediately definitely give it a wide berth. There's also some like sexual assault kind of content going on in here. And a lot of aspects of this show are just kind of a bad time. It is periodically dark and depressing despite it, being the type of show that would usually be like cutesy fluff.
Yeah, unfortunately, this was a show I kind of didn't catch at the start and just kind of left up to you just because how full my plate felt this season.
Yeah, no problem. So on that note, this one definitely probably goes into the trash category. It's like a comfort food. Can't believe it's not isekai slop. They try to do a couple things here and there that are kind of unique, and they certainly subvert expectations a little bit occasionally by way of keeping the show periodically weird and dark. Like, one would not normally expect part of the central plot midway through the season being that the central kitchen, or not kitchen, but like izakaya, restaurant where everything takes place gets burned down by his enemies.
No.
Yeah. So like it's this show kind of wants to be a certain thing, and like in attempting to make it interesting and unique, it sort of undermines the aspects of its genre that make that genre work. So it's like, it was still an okay watch, but don't go into this expecting a fun or enjoyable ride. It's gonna be like definite ups and downs.
All right, where are we slapping this in the trash? I have it right above Cultural Exchange, but below S rank right now.
I would say I liked this show a little bit more than S rank Adventurer, but maybe not as much as yeah, I think it belongs
Epic
right
Fighter.
about there. Yeah.
Okay then. You're getting
Alright.
close to the home stretch.
Next up, this one's gonna be all yours. Togen Anki.
Sorry about that. Okay, so some of you might be picking up that this has a very shonen feel. It very much is.
Tonight,
Nope.
even if
Sorry about that.
making sacrifice.
That was
This is
interesting.
a very shonen heavy feel. And the story it initially pitches, I was so intrigued by. It's kind of digging into the history of, Oni and like the Momotaro legend of like how Momotaro was this, legendary figure who saved the people from Oni. And
Which,
this
by the way,
show
comes
is
up in a lot of anime.
oh my, anime and games, and if you're a weeb, you've probably heard, at least are familiar with some of these stories. This show kind of breaks down one of the things Japan as a culture is kind of looking back onto, that Oni weren't, necessarily a monster, but were like indigenous people, to like mountain folk or sea folk, or just others that people wanted to get rid of because they didn't like them. The fear, the government's fear of, no, this is what we really have to destroy, these evil monster people. And it kind of comes from the descendants of those people who, realistically did have monster blood and all this stuff, and were fought against that. And that was a very interesting to start with. And it does get you there by hooking on that. It's like, oh yeah, the Momotaro have all these like crazy weird powers, where the only like had chainsaw man style, or oh, I forget what it was called. It's an older one. Like everyone has like bird names, and it's like they're powered by blood. Oh, I forget what the heck it is. Like the main character was like something woodpecker. It was like the Mother Goose system. Dead Man Wonderland. That's what.
Oh, okay. I would not have put that together.
Yeah, I was trying to do that, but a very cool style. I once again, it's like you saw some of the other characters. One of them is like, oh, I can make clothes of like warriors with bows. I can make like chainsaws and blades come out of my body. I make a giant. And then the main character, yeah, I make guns and grenade launchers. It's pretty much as overpowered as you can be. And the main cast, the main character, very interesting, very okay. He's a bit shonen, basic, delinquent kind of guy, and he's going through that stereotypical hero's story arc. And if I could just stop there and say like how quirky some of the other characters are, or how good that could be, I would say I would rate this pretty high. But there's two goddamn glaring problems with this stupid show. The first one you might have picked up in the trailer of all of the women in this show are dressed with clothes that feel like they're 2 sizes too small, or hey, this is held down by 2 buttons, one at the top, one at the bottom, and I'm showing off nothing but cleavage on
hey, don't knock the fan service.
it's like I don't mind fan service. But it's like all the women feel like they're from a hentai.
Yeah.
Which was like, once again, it's there's also what do you call it?
I saw a clip that I think was from this series. Can you verify? It involved a nurse drawing blood from like the main character, and like then telling him, yeah, it's okay, you can stare at my tits, lifting her shirt for him and offering to pop his cherry.
I don't remember that. Well, I can see it being in this show with how some of the characters are.
I'm pretty sure it was either this show or Onmyo Kaisen or whatever. Kaiten.
No, I think that's that from that one. Because that sounds more like that show to me overall. But it's like, okay, okay. If it was just the fan service, it's like, okay, that kind of bugs me. It doesn't fit well with the other animation styles, because a lot of these characters are kind of grungy, and then you just have these hentai women all like everywhere. Which one of them has what's that personality? It's not codependent, but the one like, I don't want you to be a person. Not quite yandere, but just about there. It's you see a lot of like those personalities cranked up to 11, and it was just like, okay, they're quirky, it's not too bad, it's not too good. And then we get to an episode later on in the series. So as the trailer was pointing out, there is obviously one big antagonist for this show. It's a Momotaro, and one of the biggest things they did with the Momotaro that felt good, it's like they don't necessarily want to say brainwashed, but they are that ultra, I don't want to be too political, but they are that conservative style of, no, these people are evil and they need to be eradicated, every last one of them. There is no peace. We are right. They are pure, utter evil.
It's zealotry.
yeah, it's to the genocidal zealotry. That's like, it's absolutely crazy. And it's like, oh, okay. And the main character, the main antagonist for the season that we get on, it's like, he's all about killing every last one of them to the point where any corpses he finds, he takes them back, mutilates them into other monsters, and then sends them out, which his special power is he can manipulate corpses to the point where we see him, after doing a big attack and getting a bunch of people to do this, we see him animate the corpses of a 11-year-old girl's parents to make sure he can watch her look on her face as he has her parents kill her. And the next episode, we spend half the episode finding out that he's not really such a bad guy. He just had a couple bad experiences with an Oni going berserk, and it killed his best friend. And that's why torturing small children is okay. And I could not. No, it's like, this guy is a monster. This guy is a horrifying monster. Yeah, he saw some fucked up shit. One of his best friends got killed. That doesn't justify everything that came after. That doesn't justify anything that came after. This guy is whoa. It wanted to have that, oh, but the villains aren't so bad. It's like, no, you can't have them killing people en masse, manipulating their corpses to kill their loved ones who are small children, and then tell me, guys, that's so bad. It doesn't work. No, he's a monster. I'm cheering 100% when he gets killed. Like, there's no coming back from that. Only to be followed by big booba chick, pinned down somewhere afterwards. It's like, there was a lot that could have been done better here. There was a lot that's done good here that I still like. It needed some more fucking work though, because the animation, once again, the blood's done in CGI, which does help. It does that uncanny valley bit where it actually helps, and it feels good because it's not supposed to look real. This is supposed to look inhuman or monstrous because it's a gun made of blood. It's a monster made of blood. This guy has chainsaws and saw blades bursting from his body made of blood. It needed to fix a handful of its character models. I don't know. I wanted this to be better, but it failed at some big points, and it just did not come to me. Overall, I want to throw this probably at the top of C. If it didn't fail, I probably would have thrown it into B because it has such a cool message. The main character's power is interesting, and there is some good world building here, but it fucked up too many times.
I, on the other hand, bounced off of this right at the start, or whatever that tells you. Part of that was the bad CGI particle effects that they used, but also it just it just didn't grab me at all.
Nope, I can understand that, but I think I've got my piece out on that one. What is next, Yuki?
Next up we have Night of the Living Cat. Yeah, so I definitely was interested in this series, but I really could not stick with it. The humor that it relied on heavily just got old pretty fast.
Yeah, I heard you said the CGI for the cats also really put you off.
They didn't succeed at making the cats actually be cute. They just told you that they were cute by having the characters say that they were cute and talk about how they were unable to resist their charms. And that's a massive failure to me in a series that's completely banking around the cuteness of cats.
Yep. Overall, what this story is all of the zombie apocalypse stories, but cat themed with cat based stories and replacing zombies. It speed runs a lot of those tropes and doesn't necessarily do a good job at it. The only other thing it does is gives you a bunch of cat care information, I would assume. I don't actually own cats, know too much about that, so I can't say how good the information it was giving you was. I don't know
Not
if you
very.
stuck
It
around.
was rudimentary at best and misleading or false at worst.
Yeah, this was there was high hopes for this one, but once again, it kind of comes down to what I mentioned earlier. Anime tends to miss the mark when it comes to horror shows.
I would maybe toss this one in trash and say that it's worth like a first episode watch as a popcorn flick with your friends. But it just doesn't really have any staying power.
And once again, it just speed runs all the zombie tropes. It starts off with like this, oh, we're gonna protect it, then give the flash forward, flashbacks, which don't kill a character and then give us his backstory. Give us his backstory throughout the episode and then kill him. Because once I know he's dead, I don't care anymore. Or a cat, technically. Once he's there, I don't care at that point. I need attachment before you do the big.
In general,
Or-
this show spent way too much time in cat invasion flashbacks, which really ruined the pacing.
Which I will spoil one of the big twists. It turns out the main character is a cat human hybrid.
Yeah, they kind of hint at that pretty early on.
Yeah, I think it was episode 1 or 2 where like, wait, he was a cat, now he's back to human. Like, okay, how do you do that? We don't know, but he has all these cat. But it's like, okay, he's part cat, or he's an actual cat boy. But no, it didn't fit. I'm gonna put this below Cultural Exchange Girl. I don't. You think it should be higher?
No, below Cultural Exchange Girl sounds about right. If only
What about
because
Turkey, though?
at least Cultural Exchange Girl was consistent throughout the series, like whereas this one it just falls off.
Yeah. All right, what do we got next?
Next up we have Onmyo Kaiten Rebirth Verse. Okay, I only caught like the first episode or so of this, so this one's pretty much gonna be all you.
Okay, so this is a self-contained shonen. So this is 12, maybe 13. I don't remember exactly on that one, but this is a one done season. It's I don't know how I exactly want how much I want to spoil this one, but this kind of starts off feeling like an isekai, and I believe it technically still counts as one. But I would say about every 2 or 3 episodes, you get a big twist in this one, in this series, that completely upend all of the mechanics about the show. Starting off, so main character, like, oh, I had this dream was protecting Tsukuyomi. You saw that bit in the trailer. Found out crazy, feudal, futuristic. Not Tokyo. It's one of those districts that Tokyo subsumed is now like, oh yeah, this is this, but it's actually a part of Tokyo now. So focusing on that, it does do some interesting things because it starts doing the, oh hey, we're gonna do a return by death. So when the main character dies, everything resets. But then you find out not technically that. It's like, oh, so these things are the monsters. No, that's not technically that. Oh, so this is the villain. Yes, but really no. Oh, so this is the villain. Yes, but really it's this. Oh, so we have to fight that. But yeah, I would say if this would have been spread out and more better paced, it might have been a worse show just from how it felt like there was a lot it wanted to do, but didn't have the time to do it. But at the same point, if the pace would have been any slower, I don't know if I would have been sticking with it as well as I did. And on top of that, it like when I say it wanted to do other stuff, it at one point it's what made it main character. It's like, oh, in the future, I bet we could do this, but on motorcycles. And I looked all around. It's like, okay, this is a tie-in. This has to be with something else. No, it is a standalone original story done by David Production, the JoJo studio, apparently. On top of that, I will say it is pretty well done. I'm almost wondering if there was like some behind the scenes where they every new edition of the script, like they decided to, instead of redoing it from the beginning, they just added it to the story and then worked it into the story. Because I swear to God, almost nothing here is, I don't want to say coherent, because it all makes sense. It all connects together. It all matters.
Just feels very random.
Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, the main character doesn't care if he gets back because all of his family is dead and he doesn't really have any friends.
Maybe non sequitur story is a good way to put that.
Yeah, because at the end of the series has him researching cryo freezing so he can freeze himself to get 10,000 years into the future to meet somebody that he said he would take care of that he had to kill in the past. No, that in the context of the story, it doesn't make much more sense. Like I said, the animation wasn't bad. There was a lot of weird CGI stuff, but it kind of falls into that. Oh, they're supposed to look weird and unrealistic and I don't want to say inhuman, but like they're not supposed to exist in this world, or this is a naturally occurring thing. This is a horrifying monster thing. And it does a good job at that. Oh, voice is starting to go, but it doesn't. If this would have been spread out a little bit more with a better writing, or would have had a bit of more of a script doctor, I think it would have done better.
I also would have liked to have seen at least better CGI for the robots.
Well, it's weird too because the robots don't pop up after like the first couple episodes,
which might be why they didn't bother to invest more heavily in them. But still, it was supposed to be the cool Sakuga, and it was ugly instead.
Yeah, there's some weird things. Even the main character's design, like that weird Oni looking thing, that they scrapped that. Like it's only in the first 2 episodes. He gets a completely different look later on.
Weird.
It's like I said, there's just a lot of like, okay, oh, that looks like a main character. We're gonna get a bunch of his backstory. No, he's just gonna have a scene later on that's gonna seem like he's a very deep person. What? Like I said, it feels like a world that there was a lot more going on, and with Omi Kaiten rebirth versus, it's like, okay, I don't know. This almost feels like they're trying to sell a video game or other stories or start up a multiverse kind of thing. And
they're trying to do a game tie-in for a game that doesn't exist.
Almost, it feels like. Like I said, there's nothing horrible about it. I'm gonna put this like middle of C because it's a fairly fun shonen. If you like some mech, if you like some good shonen protagonist, and blockhead, it's not bad. There's a lot of weird twists, so you will never predict how this story is gonna go. I can say that with absolute confidence because the fuck.
Question for you though, as an acid test, would that classify it better into the trash category?
You make a good point there. Just shonen trash.
Because yeah, shonen stuff can be trash too. It's not as common, but it can happen.
Yeah, I'll say that. I'm gonna put I think reclassifying this towards the trash is a good idea. I'm gonna put a below Shy Hero just because that was a vastly more coherent story with characters that were better established.
Fair enough.
Obio Chitin. I mean, I want to say like there was 2 well-established characters, but I technically think there were 4. It's just the other 2 were kind of inconsequential for the most part, especially in the back half of the season.
I see. Okay, well, next up we have The Summer Hikaru Died.
Okay, I think you didn't watch any of this one, Yuki?
I actually ended up catching the first, like, 3 or 4 episodes of this. I had really, really hoped that especially since this one was Netflix, that it would end up getting a dub, because I have a family member who's really, really into horror, and I had wanted to watch this with them. But unfortunately, it just never did. I'm not sure if maybe it'll be one of those
Yeah.
shows that gets, like, a post-season dub after it's all wrapped up, but, yeah. Usually I'm all about the subs. This was a show that it's just not accessible enough to the people that I want to share it with without there being a dub available.
Yeah. For general plot on this one, it's said right up there. It's one of the 2 titular main characters, Hikura, is killed and replaced by a monster. And the story kind of revolves around the other main character realizing, oh, this wasn't just my best friend. I kind of like this guy who's now dead, but has this monster posing as him, who turns out the other main character who has all of his memories and personality traits, kind of. It turns out, oh, he actually liked me too. So there's some yaoi bait in here, but you're
Yeah, I was
not
gonna
really
say.
him. You're a monster. And it's okay. What do I do with this living monster who killed my best friend / person I was actually in love with, but is now technically kind of him, and also
Monster
it is love with
Smasher
me now.
Yaoi Beat.
Yeah, and that's a really cool and interesting process, because you see the mental gymnastics this guy's going through, and it's like kind of coming to terms with this monster that's living in the skin of his friend. And
And also at the
The
same time,
show-
the monster kind of progressively forgetting that it is a monster and more taking on that role.
yeah, the problem I had with this show though is it's goddamn boring as shit.
It is very slow paced, yes.
I it's like there was some cool horror things, and then
Like, it felt like they were
no.
going for, like, a suspenseful pacing, but they just didn't land that well enough, because, like, there's certain things you need to do to draw out those scenes successfully while still keeping them interesting enough to not have people's attention wander. And instead, they just kind of drew them out and hoped for the best.
Yeah, there was just nothing I could latch on. It's like I got to think episode 5 or 6, and then it was just like no, I'm done. I'm just done. Like and that wasn't just like I watched it consecutively. It's like throughout the season, I kept trying to pick up this back up, would watch an episode, and just be bored. Like I can do anything else. I'm gonna do something else. I'm not gonna watch. Yeah, okay. And then come back like, okay, let's get another episode in. And it's just I could not power through it. I just did not have the drive.
Fair enough.
So I think I want to throw this and skip. I don't know. How about you, Yuki?
I feel like it was probably a little more serviceable than Skip. Like, if you're really into horror, this is probably going to be something that's your jam, especially if you like that kind of Japanese horror vibe. I just don't think it's going to break much outside of that audience. If the idea of a quasi BL Japanese horror anime isn't something that specifically appeals to you, this probably doesn't offer you anything.
Yeah, all right. I'm okay with throwing this at the bottom of C then, just because of
Fair
how
enough.
it's well done if you're into this exact thing. It's okay. It's not well done. It's watchable if you like this genre. If you are a fan of what this is, you will probably like it. But
I will say, in the show's defense, it does at least have a lot of visual polish. Like it clearly had the animation budget there. Again, this was just a case where like there was a failing on the director part, where the director just like didn't quite grasp the horror genre well enough to make it work or something.
Yeah, but all right, what do we got next? Because
Next up, we've got
just
Gachyakuta. Alright, well, I bounced off this one pretty early. I only really got through, like, maybe the first episode, maybe the second episode. So this one's your show.
okay. So, like I said before, this has actually been the breakout success from this season too. So, too bad you bounced off it. But okay, once again, this is a straight shonen. Like I said before, with what the hell was the other one I was on here? Kokonamine. The social divide between classes, the labels we put on people, front and center on that one. Like how you treat people from, oh, that's the lesser, or he's not as good, or oh, they stink, or smell. It's front and center so much of that, and how much bullshit that is. And on top of that, this like besides that general backdrop of the story, the animation is, I want to say like line art-y, but what is that
There's
kind of sketchy style?
I don't know. It has like very bold lines to it. It's kind of this similar style to like Dead Man Wonderland that you mentioned earlier in some senses. I don't know what to call it exactly, but it's certainly a style that doesn't jive with me very well, even though it's kind of cool on paper.
Well, yeah, once again, it looks trashy, but very overall is well animated. The only like real Japanese culture thing that really stuck out to me in this one that was like maybe some Western people won't understand is how much emphasis they put on objects and like how living and the spirits inside of them does play a part into the power system of this show. Once again, this is going to be
That's
long
definitely a major aspect of like Shintoism. The concept of like an object having its own soul.
Yeah, once again, this is going to be a long running shonen. So a lot of characters were shown off in the background, but aren't given like big arcs. You're just kind of getting to know them, and you'll probably get to know them a little bit better as the show progresses, because this had 12 episodes for season one. This is going to get more. I think this has already been like approved for like I think it's part one of 2 cores, and season 2 has already been approved besides those 2 cores. But the main character, other than the fact that he is that block-headed shonen protagonist, a little bit more rage-filled and aggressive than your standard, but kind of played into his character, and a lot of the people around him, it's like, oh no, you went through some fucking shit. We'll let you be angry and anxious, but once you do it, we're gonna kind of like sit down, and it's like, did you really need to do that? I think one of the scenes that emphasizes so much was this villain they were fighting. They were basically in this area to get this information about a person that'll let them get back to this another thing. And the main character, the guy just Ruda, just decks them, flat out knocks them out, like, oh fuck, kill you, you don't deserve this. And then everyone kind of stops him. Leader of the group kind of takes him to the side. He's like I just couldn't do it. I couldn't let her get away with this. And it's just like, he doesn't scold her, doesn't scold him, doesn't do like the, you should have done this. It's like, we needed to get the information that you're looking for from them, right? And you see the main character just kind of go, oh fuck yeah, man, you screwed up. Yeah.
Oh, we fucked up.
Or no, more of him at that point. But it's one of those, they didn't berate him. They didn't treat him like a child. It's like, dude, that was the person that had your information that you just knocked out. Oh, fuck. and it felt, I don't want to say like you just human, but it felt like, no, this is somebody who knows how to treat somebody who's kind of in a fucked up personality wise, who's in a fucked up situation. It's like, we're not gonna just let it slide. We're gonna like call it out and like say what they did wrong, but we're not gonna do it in a berating way. We're gonna sit there like, man, you gotta cool down. I know, but you gotta cool down a bit here. We'll deal with it. That being said, once again, I know the CGI was a little bit rough, probably for you on the trash monsters that they have.
I don't think I actually
Which,
even got to the trash monsters, to be honest.
well,
But
that should
from
have
what
been like
I've seen of them,
episode 2,
yeah.
which, but they aren't too big. Once again, I'm a lot more forgiving on CGI things when they're supposed to be inhuman, like other looking monster. I think CGI does that really well. Um,
I mean, it can, but it's just a question of did they give it like PS2 graphics or.
I mean, they had PS3 graphics. I'll just say that much. It's like they were still in that uncanny valley a little too much, but
Yeah.
it was forgivable. And there's like enough stylization in other aspects that I really liked it there too.
See, I want to clarify
Um,
something about my stance on CGI real quick. CGI itself is fine. It just needs to be done to at least a level where it isn't standing out to you that it's CGI. Like, the casual viewer should not be able to tell that it's CGI when they're looking at it. Unless the entire show is CGI. But the issue is usually it's not, and it needs to at least be composited together well enough that and look good enough that it looks like it belongs in the rest of the show, and frequently they fail at that.
yeah. But for final ranking, it's like I want to throw this either at the bottom of A or at the top of B, and I'm kind of divided on that one because once again, log running shonen, as people that could like say like Fairy Tail or Black Clover or other shonen that didn't really knock out of the park their first season, they get a lot better. It's like they just had some rough world building to kind of overcome, and they weren't quite up to that. This, it's mostly that CGI that's kind of putting me down there. Other than that, I did like the tribalism, the story points, seeing the main character in the cast, a bit tropey, but
Alright, so
updated.
acid test, how much of the non-shonen audience do you think that this show could draw into it? Like, percentage-wise, how much of your typical non-shonen viewer would this show capture and appeal to?
Yeah, not a lot. So yeah,
Alright,
I'll
so
put
we're
this in the
probably
top
not
of B.
A rank then.
Yep. Probably gonna throw this in the top of B then. Yeah, you're all right.
Alright. Well, next up, we have New Saga.
Okay, did you manage to watch this, or was this one other one you bounced off of?
No, I watched this one all the way through.
Okay. I kind of want. I don't really want to ape another description of this as someone else did, but it fits it too well. This is a fantasy RPG with a main character on New Game Plus.
Yeah, it's like, I can't believe it's not isekai time travel mechanic, and that kind of thing, if you do it really well, can be excellent. Most of the time, it's gonna end you up with something that's either terrible or slop. I feel like this kind of falls into the slop bucket. It's, the animation and everything is serviceable. It's in the sense that it's like good enough for kind of a C tier show. There's really nothing that sets this show apart too much at the end of the day, and the main character is also kind of low-key a bit of a scumbag.
A bit. Now, the one thing I do want to say on this one is, I read the manga for this. uh, 15 years ago. That's how old this series is. I don't think it's even finished yet, honestly. I haven't checked in a while.
I think this might be one of the shows that's on like episode 14 now. I think it has like a double length season.
No, I'm pretty sure this one ended. I'll double check in a second, but just saying the manga, this is an early 2000s style series. And a lot of the tropes that would have been new or uncommon back then have kind of been run to the ground. And that is where this show has its biggest problems. It's a lot of the stuff it does now, it's doing, or have been done better, or being done better. And it's just, it's like she said, it's boilerplate slop. It's not bad, but God, this is just, if you want a basic fantasy series, the basic fantasy mechanics and a story that's like, and the main character knew to go here, so he did that, and then the main character went here and he did this, and then he went here and they did this. Storytelling. Yeah. I
still feel like it was maybe slightly better than S Rank Adventurer as far as like this genre of show goes.
Yeah, no, I was putting above that. It's Outcast Restaurant's the one I kind of am iffy about on this.
Yeah, I don't know. They're at roughly the same level. I'll accept either side of Outcast Restaurant for this show, I guess.
I'll put it above just because I know the story does kind of get a little bit more interesting with its mystery. I don't know where that mystery leads, so I can't quite say there. I did like it. There was nothing I disliked about this show other than kind of the pseudo harem bit that they're kind of teasing at, which is awkward because of the time travel aspects and kind of breaks into the pause of, hey, if I know everything about this person and we fell in love before, what happens when I go back in time and meet them again? Which it doesn't explore that concept. It's just like, no, we're just going to kind of fall in love again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few places where they're like, oh, this is a deviation from what I remember because some other thing happened or I changed something. But it's just not, there's not enough substance to that to make it interesting in that regard.
Yeah, that and the problem is this style of show has some competition this season we're going to get to in a little bit that kind of blow it out of the goddamn water.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, one of those is up next.
Ooh, which one?
Actually, I think it's the main one that's up next.
Wait, hold on. Are you talking about Clevitas?
I am.
I almost want to throw that in the back half for how
we're in the back
everything
half.
This show is. Well, I meant the adult-only section.
We have 5 shows remaining.
Yeah, okay. So warning on this show, heavy
we are entering Adult Swim. Yeah. We're from here on out, you may see a lot of shows that contain excessive fan service, sexual assault type themes, you know, all kinds of things that are spicy and adult oriented.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that, here's Clevitas. Or Clevitas? All right, off the bat, I want to say basically everything about this show is just so good.
Yeah, while Getchama might be the breakout show, that's more along the lines of because of Clevitas is Seinen is the more adult themed version of Shonen?
Seinen, yeah.
Seinen, yep. This is a dark fantasy, and like Yuki said, every aspect of this is amazing. Not only do we have great story with great characters and immaculate world building, it is done in such a all the problems we've had with all the other shows of like this didn't match here, this didn't match, or this didn't really mesh up well here, or they couldn't quite get these characters. Like, no, this starts you off setting the basics for who the characters are, what their motivations are, and what they're like. And as the story progresses, they open up a bit more and more, while the world itself also opens up, and you learn more about it, and you get to learn so much of, oh, this is why this happens, or this kind of led into this, or this is what happened here, or why this person does this, but in a natural, coherent way. You're never bored. You're always entertained. You're always on the edge of your seat, like, oh, I wonder how that's gonna happen, or oh shit, what the hell? In every
Yeah.
aspect.
I want to throw out there too that you mentioned this was a seinen anime, and I think part of what makes that so interesting and relevant is that they've targeted it specifically at the audience that they know is now old enough to have nostalgia for the fantasy shows of like the 90s. Like the late 80s, early to mid late 80s to late 90s, I guess, really, fantasy genre in anime. And so this is kind of very much like, in the modern day, if someone were to make something like Record of Lodoss War, this would be the product. And I think they really nailed that.
The one that sprang to my mind was kind of Slayers.
I can see where you're going with it, except Slayers was really kind of more comedy oriented, which is why I didn't go with that one. It was ultimately more of a gag anime.
Yeah, but
yeah, just animation style, quality, everything is there. Right down to this like cool storybook effect in the ending, and a like really haunting ending theme, which could even very much appeal to Western audiences, because it's actually in English and performed by a popular English singer, Ellie Goulding. But it very much also captures that kind of nostalgic fantasy vibe of, like, again, that, like, 90s kind of anime.
Yeah,
The one thing that I will throw out there that could, turn a few people away from this is, again, because it is that adult, dark, seinen kind of genre, there are definitely themes of things like sexual assault here. There is a lot of blood. A lot of people dying very quickly, some people dying very slowly. It's just that kind of series, and I will give it credit that anything that it does in that regard is very much in service of its story and world. It's not just throwing those things in there for shock value.
No, it's everything in here is, oh, that's horrifying, and oh, because this is this, and once again, we are tiptoeing around spoilers because of how much I love it. I'm assuming how much Yuki like it too. I want to say, go out and watch this. If you don't mind, excessive gore, violence, and other bad themes, and you can handle that, you will like this show. There is nothing to hate here other than what its story is, the story it is telling, which...
And I'm very much tempted to put this in S tier just because of the level of mastery that was demonstrated with this show, and how rare it is to see that applied to this kind of pure fantasy genre in this day and age.
That's actually where I wanted to put this too, just because it's so, not only is it so well done, but like I said, even the characters that kind of die are one-offs, you still remember them. You still kind of had oh yeah, that guy. And then the characters that are main antagonists, are main, I don't want to say heroes,
anti-heroes sometimes even, yeah.
Yeah, even that point, are so good. And then the world, it's like, I want to know so much more. I am biting at the bit. Like, the fact that we have to wait for more of this show is agonizing for me. I want I am so tempted just to pick up the manga and burn through it, but I want to wait for this animation because it's been so good and so beautiful. I want to, like I said, I want to put this in S tier, but with just the caveat of like, if truly dark fantasy is something you can't stand, that's something you can't stand. I can understand that. For everyone else, go watch this. Go watch Clevitas.
I want to throw out there that this could have been released as like a theatrical release as a movie, and very easily have stood in that market. That's the level of quality that we're talking about in this animation.
I've seen several anime movies that look worse than this goddamn show did. Like,
oh yeah,
a little piece of me is like, I can't keep this up throughout the whole thing. But the other side of me is like, maybe it can. If it does, it's like it's going to be good. If not, I'll probably pick up the manga. But it's a masterpiece of a show. If you like Dark Souls, go watch this goddamn fucking show.
It really is just very, very solid. All right, next up, we have Wataru-kun's Bap is about to collapse. Now, this show, interestingly enough, I think is on episode 14 and still continuing. It didn't really wrap up.
Let me go check on that.
I remember correctly.
No, you're right. It's still going.
Yeah. So it's hard to really, like, judge this show fully because we're having the problem we have sometimes where it doesn't have a full ending. I'm guessing you didn't watch much of this one?
I didn't watch any of it. This just
Fair
kind
enough.
of flew under all my things.
Yeah. This one is definitely solidly in the trash category. I will say it's probably a lot better at being trash than most of the other stuff that we have in there. At least in terms of, like, the sort of spicy trash that more frequently ends up in the trash category. And weirdly enough, we didn't have a lot of that this season, so I'm inclined to put this closer to the top on that. What I will say, though, is it's also not a very good show, in the sense that, again, animation's really rough. Like, characters are off model and stuff a lot of the time. And it has a lot of kind of by-the-numbers, tropey, romance stuff in it. It does mix some of that up a little bit. It's maybe kind of interesting that sort of, one of the main characters is the protagonist's childhood friend / stalker. But, like, yeah, there's not a lot of substance to this, but if you want something from this season that has some actual, like, fan service to it, you know, some of the girls in various states of undress who actually, like, if you want a series where the female characters are actually DTF with the protagonist, then this'll hit that for you. But that's pretty much all it has going for it so far.
Yeah, it's kind of what it felt like. Where did I drop this? Right above Epic Fighter.
Fair enough.
Or do you think this should go lower or higher?
I mean, in terms of entertainment value, it was definitely probably above Epic Fighter for me. I would even have placed it above, like, Shy Hero in terms of just entertainment value, but
Ooh.
it certainly has less substance than that show.
Yeah, that's kind of what it felt. It feels like it's like, oh, you want to watch something not porn, but kind of porn-esque? Here you go.
Yeah, it's our token ecchi show for the season. Well, it's our token bad ecchi show for the season.
Do we have a good ecchi show for the season?
We do, and we'll be getting into that shortly.
Okay, well, that and Rory Rocks too, technically, but
Yeah, to an extent. Like, Rory Rocks had very low-key fan service. Alright, next up we
okay.
have Bad Girl. I'm assuming you
This is
didn't catch
all
any of
you,
this one
Yuki.
either. Yeah.
Nope.
Alright, so this was another kind of like semi-short form anime where it was like 2 or 3 mini episodes packed into each episode. Yuri fans ate relatively well with a couple of the servings that we had this season. I would not call this show trash necessarily, even though it has some trashy vibes to it. This is probably on the low end of B, if not a high C. Animation's a little better than our typical C shows, and like, the character interactions and stuff are good. I think in terms of entertainment value, it probably belongs above the C category. But there's not a ton of substance there. Like, this is really all about just, like, some pervy, ecchi, like, low-key... Not even low-key, but, like, mild BDSM kind of stuff all mixed together, and, just enjoying cute girls being very into each other. None of those romances really go anywhere. It's not that kind of show. It's very much just like the get flirted with and get very embarrassed about it sort of series. Although there definitely is a like love triangle going on as well. Yeah, this one is kind of in a lot of senses more about like the humor and comedy and fan service than it is about the actual relationships. But that will be a lot different with our next show.
Okay, so is the bottom of B right under Crazy Detectives good for you?
I would say this show actually probably, in terms of like raw entertainment value and everything, it definitely sits above Food Court. It might have a little less substance than like Silent Witch, but at the same time I feel like it's probably more enjoyable than Water Magician for the most part. Somewhere around there is probably fine.
It's like the Silent Witch is like, I can understand why the problems we had with that, but Water Mage, I just kind of like it up there because it's basic but really well done.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, for its genre, the show was also very solid. I didn't really have any complaints about it. It's just the type of show it is the type of show where it's more about the comedy than anything else, so that's just where it hangs. But again, as far as shows with a little more substance go, next up we have There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover Unless... Alright. So... This is a very competent show. It's much better than it looks at the surface level from the preview, even. They're... Like... This is... Imagine if, Bochi Rock didn't cheap out and was actually just a Yuri relationship anime. And this is that series. It has a lot of, like, great messy kind of romantic entanglements that all feel very, like, natural and real. Like, they're believable, and you can understand how these characters would find themselves in those positions. But also, the show does an excellent job of undermining tropes. It is by no means a tropey show. It will, however, definitely, use those tropes against you and make you think that something is about to happen when it's not. So, like, this is the kind of show where the main character's sister walks in on her in a compromising position with her girlfriend, and it really is a case where it's exactly what it looked like, and like she walked in literally moments from oral sex happening. And just kind of was like, oh, oops, sorry to intrude, and just heads on off. That said, this is not by any means a hentai. There is some, light nudity, like bath scene kind of nudity fan service in here. And you can usually expect the girls to kiss, or like at least some girls to kiss at least like once an episode. But much more importantly is just like the depth that this has to the character development, and how, especially like me and a number of people I know have all commented on how relatable this main character feels. If you are a person who has struggled with relationships, if you have any kind of like neurodivergency or something like that that has made relationships difficult for you, or made it hard for you to fit in well, this character is very relatable, because they are someone who was very unpopular and had, extreme social anxiety, and is at the start of the series just going through a major attempt to reinvent themselves and try to be extroverted and join into that crowd. And it has a lot of really interesting results, and it feels like a great exploration of that concept. Now, on its own, I feel like this probably, with what's been released so far, only sits at like the top of the B tier. Knowing some things I do about like spoilers that are upcoming for this, and also the fact that it's actually confirmed to have another arc coming.
Wow.
Hey, Yuki!
Oh, hoots.
Good to see you, Hoots. So, knowing where this show is going, and like having some of that confirmed for me, makes me inclined to actually bump it up to S tier if I were judging it based around, stuff that's not released yet. As it stands, it's only hinted at a lot of that, and I mean, nonetheless, I will say that, and spoilers ahead, one of the things that makes this show really intriguing is the way that it treats those relationship interactions, and treats them not as being exclusive, but inclusive. So this is a show that's very much like pushing towards a like lesbian poly dynamic, with like a polycule sort of revolving around the two main characters, who are themselves in a relationship with one another, technically, even though it's kind of not entirely by the choice of the main protagonist. And that's one of the things also that makes the show so intriguing, is the main character is someone who is very vocally not ready to be engaging in relationships yet. But the relationships keep finding her.
Yeah.
Your brain hurts? Oh no.
So, Papa B then?
Yeah, top of B for
Wow.
now. And also with the side note that I know this kind of series doesn't usually grab you, but if you can find the time, I definitely recommend taking a look at this one, Agent. If only just because the main character would probably also be someone who you would also, on some level, relate to very well.
Oh, okay, then I will definitely take a look at that. Then this will probably be fall into my slump show, which is everything between the seasons we watch.
Yep, yep.
With that being said, we are getting to our final show, which those of you who know what it is and have seen it floating down there, heavy warning going forward. This is the most emotionally destructive show I've ever watched.
Yeah, that's probably accurate for me as well. This show is to the extent that, like, as much as I love it and I'm about to gush about this show, it is literally traumatic to view, and I still have not completed the final episode, in full disclosure, even though this is easily probably my top show of the season.
Yeah, one thing we will say is episode 1 of the show opens with a mental health warning followed by a suicide warning. And then on the same screen, like they had to do 2 separate full screen warnings for this.
And it
They are
absolutely
deserved.
deserves both of those and more.
Yeah, so with that, let us watch our final show, Topiko's Original Sin.
Takopi.
Takopi, sorry.
ねえ、そこに誰かいるの？
So there are shows out there that are described as, like, weapons grade emotional devastation. For those of you who might be familiar with, like, the famous Full Metal Alchemist portion involving Nina, that's like mid-level for this show. So if that was traumatic for you, like, I have to say straight up, this goes far beyond weapons grade. This show's emotional devastation is at straight up war crime level.
Yeah, so besides all those general warnings we're going to throw out, the basic plot of this show is kind of a spin on the young child of, oh, hey, this young kid's going to get this magical sidekick creature that's going to bring on them all these wacky adventures. It's
Very like Doraemon. For like that would be probably the biggest cultural context for that.
I think there's been a couple others we've had over the last couple seasons, but very deconstruction of that genre of, hey, we're not going to put this in a happy child's home. We're going to put this in a emotionally broken, broken home, barely
Traumatized.
scraping child, barely scraping by as a lower class, as in they're barely have the right food, barely have a functioning home, living in poverty, living in filth, relentlessly bullied, every aspect of their life falling apart. And you just have this creature of pure, I don't want to say just goodness, but kindness,
Naive,
love,
magic, and
caring.
whimsy.
Just something of as pure and nice as you could imagine something being, and then it's faced with something that's emotionally devastating and fucking Christ. I said, even thinking about this is really, really
it
hard.
lingers with you, yeah. When I said this show is traumatic, I meant that in the most literal sense. Like, just reflecting back on your memories of this show can be enough to cause an actual emotional breakdown. I literally had to be careful not to watch this show before I had to go out in public, like go to my adulting, or before I had anything important that needed doing, because I learned from the first couple of episodes that there was a very real chance that I would be breaking down, ugly crying, potentially for hours to come.
That being said, with this show, it's going at the top of S. While it does have all those caveats, The
That's also
animation
part of what
style,
makes the show so amazing.
yeah. Although the animations are done up absolute peak. It's minimalist to a glorious degree. Like we said, the stories and the characters not beautiful, but horribly flawed, but
I mean,
emotionally relatable.
they're still beautiful, but the beauty, there's beauty in tragedy sometimes, right? And that's the kind of beauty that we see here.
Yeah, it's like I want to break this down. I want to talk to you about all the things that happen in this show, but I
We
don't
would
ever
need our
want to.
own whole stream just to dissect this show, to be honest.
Yeah, and so much of this is better. Like we nothing we can say will ever come close to the emotional fucking wrecking ball this show hits you with episode to episode, and it's horror. It's like I want to say horrible, but horrible in all of the best senses. It's not something I will probably ever watch again, but something that will stay on my recommends list for, hey, you like emotionally heavy shows and like to cry, here's going to be one of your all-time favorites.
Yeah, this is a show that will stay with you. Not just in the traumatic sense, but also in like, it feels like you come away from this show having learned something and gained something. And as traumatic as the show can be on its own, and as literally dangerous as it can be to watch this show if you're not in a good mental space, like, I cannot stress enough, if you are having any kind of active, suicidal thoughts or any kind of active emotional problems, do not watch this show. However, if you are finding yourself in a good place and are maybe feeling like you're ready to work through some of your own trauma, then I think this is the kind of show that, through experiencing this trauma that it presents secondhand, you have an opportunity to learn things about yourself and work through some of your own trauma.
Yeah.
It's not easy, though. It's gonna be a hard, painful ride.
Yeah. But I think with that, we will be posting our final rankings up on social media platforms. I'll be posting mine on X, Blue Sky, and all of the Discord channels I do lurk around in. Yuki, where will you be doing any of your stuff with this?
Yeah, you'll be able to find this up on my Discord, and I'm sure Blue Sky. And then, see, I kind of hope to maybe stream a little bit more tonight. I don't know if that'll end up happening. If not, you can probably catch me again tomorrow.
Yep. I should be doing my it's so hard to come after the show. I'll be doing my big Digimon Stories Time Stranger stream tomorrow. We're doing a special event just from how great that show has been so far, or not show, that game has been so far, and how excited for I am. But oh gosh, even talking about this has been a heavy one.
I know, right? Just thinking back on it really can bring up the emotions.
With this though, we're gonna rate out. You care if I pick it, the raid, or was it your turn? I can't quite remember.
It doesn't matter. Feel free if you've got someone available.
Yeah. Do you have Sato on your thing? She's a person that does a lot of artwork for me
Probably not.
and does some things. There's the name on that one. I believe she's currently doing one of her art streams at the moment. But being a little bit infrequent, they've kind of popped back up right now. Yep, art.
They appear to be drawing some Vizzy-Pop fan art.
Yeah, she likes her Vizzy Pop stuff at Hell of the Boss and Has Been Hotel. But
I think these
all
are
right.
Has Been Hotel characters.
Yeah, that's Angel Dust, if I remember correctly. And I don't know who the other one is. But yes, everyone, we'll hope to see you around this week. We should have schedules posted later tomorrow, probably. Maybe you might have hers
keep
tonight.
an eye out. We'll probably be back in about 3 or 4 weeks to do our start of season stream.
Yep. Hope to see you all there. But it's going to be AJQ signing off, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Matane.
That's all for this episode. If you enjoyed, please like, comment, subscribe, or join me on Twitch or Twitter. Hope to see you next time on Yukikaze Gaming. Matane!